You can't have it both ways, bruh. What the hell, bruh? Seems so two-faced and corrupt. Investigated for the defense of Brian Kohlberger. Out your own wheelhouse, you a surfer, not a worker. Exculpatory evidence for backpedaling everything you said. Now I'm questioning your cred. No way. Sorry. No way. Sorry. No way. Sorry. No way. Friends, smile for the camera, then it all bends. You know as well as I do, your time's coming down. Every fake little crown hit the floor now. Please go home, find a hobby, play your guitar, that might be your glory. You can't talk trash and call it tough when nobody's hearing you've had enough. Time to go home, have a nice day. Jeffy Lowe, get out the way. Jeffy Lowe, stop talking trash, nobody's listening. That same old act got no difference in it. Jeffy Lowe, Jeffy Lowe, your time is up. Jeffy Lowe, enough's enough. Jeffy Lowe, go on, go home. Jeffy Lowe, you know the tone.
My name is Jeff.
We were all there, in the chair, in the room, the blackest nights in the moon. 4 people murdered in the night. My innocence taken, I'm guilty. I did not fight. You took it all away in the end. There was nothing left. All redacted, blacked out. Corruption and lies. All the truth, it's gone now. All redacted, blacked out. Corruption and lies. said it then, I'll say it now. I'm innocent, they blacked me out. I'm a fool, I'm a man, I'll never say I did it. I can't. She took it all away in the end. There was nothing left. All rejected, blacked out. Corruption and lies. All the truth, it's gone now. All rejected, blacked out. Corruption and lies. All the truth, it's gone now. Nothing left for me now. Nowhere to turn to. I thought you were here to protect and serve, not ruin my life. I thought you were here to protect and serve, but you lied. Rejected, blacked out, corruption and lies. All the truth, it's gone now. Redacted, blacked out, corruption and lies. All the truth, it's gone now.
All right. Welcome back, guys. Sorry I'm a little bit late. Great to see you all today. Thank you for joining us here at the cafe. I hope you're all having a great day. On we go. On we go. On we go. Open discussion today, guys, about this insane. I got a couple things I want to bitch about. Crazy case and the way it keeps going forward. The directions it's going. The things that are going on in those directions are all crazy to me. So that's where we're headed today to break it all down. So thank you guys for joining us. Plus, we have some other things I want to discuss that some people have been falling into, I think is very interesting. We're going to review a couple things, so on and so forth. You guys can't see me? Can you see me? Hello? You see me? Okay, good stuff. Just making sure. All right. So with that being said, you guys know how we do this. So thank you for being here. Make sure you hit the like button. Share this out. Let's do it. Here we go.
Neon lights flicker like broken halos. Whispers gather in the smoke-filled air. Tables carved with secrets and shadows. Every story's a wound laid bare. The kettle's boiling with a restless rage. Justice written on an unseen page. I sip the silence, bitter taste, waiting for the ghosts to show their face at the Tru Crime Cafe. mirrors cracked, reflections are liars. Ashes fall where the guilty once stood. The jukebox hums like a funeral choir, echoes pounding through the neighborhood. Every scar is a candlelit vow. We hug the how, we demand the now. No more silence, no more disguise. We'll paint the night with sharpened cry. At the Tru Crime Cafe, we serve up the pain they try to hide away. Pour another cup of the truth you crave. Raise your glass to the names they betray. This is not a sermon, it's a battlefield hymn, a requiem dripping from the bottle's rim. The guilty write stories in invisible ink, but we'll drag it all up from the edge of the brave. At the Tru Crime Cafe, the reckoning burns like a black bouquet. Every shadow will pay. In the Tru Crime Cafe.
All right. All right, all right. Welcome, 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 welcome. Come on in, grab a seat, get comfortable, please. What a crazy couple days it's been. That's for damn sure. Welcome back, everybody. I hope you're all doing great. And thank you for joining me here at the cafe. I appreciate you all. We got plenty to talk about, of course. I got something I need to react to and bitch about straight out of the gate, I'll tell you, but we're not going to do that right away. Plus, we have some other info I want to break down, discuss. Miss Lana talked about it. It was brought, one of my moderators brought some info to me. She's a hell of an investigator, and it's kind of interesting. And I definitely wanted to discuss that as well. So I'll break it all up in sections so we can do it the right way. Thank you, Blue Eyed. Appreciate you very much for that. So, come on in, grab a seat. Let's see who we got. Jeebs is in the house. Kiss me where I pee. Welcome back to you. Moto Man, what's happening, brother? Blue-eyed butterfly, great to see you. Aquamarine, welcome to you. Realize, analyze, good to see you today. Miss Lisa Winchester, Michelle F, welcome, welcome. Miss Rowe, good to see you. Jason Purcell. Fantastic, welcome. Let's see. Blue Devil, good to see you. Aquamarine. Miss Rowe. Nana Cow, welcome to you. Carolyn Prestige, welcome, welcome. Mama D3, welcome. That is funny. Donna 7 and 9, good to see you. Suzanne Sharp, welcome. Lulu1313, hello and welcome. Let me see. How many of you guys in here remember Blue Eyed Butterfly? Let's see. Eddie's in the house. One made net. Good to see you. The Good Troll. Welcome. How many of you guys? There's Miss Kim from the car. Be careful there, traveling. How many? Chenua? How many of you guys? Give me a one in the chat. Remember the Elantra that was found wrecked in Eugene, Oregon? If you remember that, throw your hand up. Give me a one, something, whatever you want to do. Welcome, Jesse Lynn. Good to see you. Now we can move forward. Lexi S20, welcome. Matt Emlo, good to see you, brother. Karen Polkwas, welcome, welcome. Nothing half-assed in the house today. Good to see you, dear. Thank you for being here. Witchy Was, welcome to you. Miss Becca, good to see you today. Smiling Sleuth, welcome, welcome. New Mexico 444, welcome. Okay. Wave Ether, welcome to you. Dilly's in the house. Good to see you, Junior. Thank you for joining us. Dilly deal, dilly deal. Jacqueline Keeley, welcome. Karma Police are in the house. Ms. Margaret, good to see you today. Mountain Mama, welcome back to you. Judy Studios, welcome, and great to have you here. Again, everybody, please make sure to hit the like button, share this out. Cat K, welcome. Mount Man, welcome back, brother. Good to see you. Thank you very much for joining us. My voice is muffled. Do I sound bad, guys? Did I do something again? Dog Mom, welcome to you. Cassie B. Turkey Creek Cow, welcome. Suzanne Sharp, welcome. Bethany D, welcome to you. Julianne, welcome. I think I got everybody. Mary Francis, welcome. Realize, Analyze. Pintasack, welcome to you. Buffalo Chick, welcome. Tiki Bar, good to see you. Kawanda, Miss Kawanda's in the house. Baby Ames. Anna D, welcome. Buffalo Chick, I'm seeing all you guys now. Miss Mellis. Is Jesse in here? There he is. Nope, you were perfectly fine, Jesse. Perfectly fine, sir. I sound good? Good, thank you. Stitches, good to see you. Thrive Off Grid. There were parts of that. Yes, we'll talk about it. So you guys remember the car then from Eugene, Oregon that they found wrecked, the Elantra. Okay. Mary Holt, welcome. I got things to talk about with that. Miss Lannon brought it up too. Hangman's Joke, welcome. Thank you, sir. Stop calling me. Michelle F., everybody. Okay. Well, first and foremost, I don't know which order I want to do this in, but I think I'll save that for a second. Yeah, Netflix was definitely disappointing. It is not what we were told it was going to be. It was just another hit piece. Give me a minute here. I think the first thing I'll do is review that and point that out real quick. 1 minute. Maybe I can get Tomboy to join me beforehand to discuss some of this. Trying to figure out which one it was. Give me a minute here. Disinformation. Well, don't go too far, Jesse, because I got some points I want you to make too. Billy girl, welcome to you. Come on in, guys. Grab a seat. Come on in, guys. Get comfortable. Fox Reader, welcome. Cheryl Renee, welcome. Right Turn Claude, good afternoon. Alici, welcome. All right, hang on here. All right. We're going to review something Miss Lana covered last night that I want to show you that I think is quite important. Now, we all know who the Party Patrol are and what they consisted of. Officer Tesdale, Rosendahl that night. Okay. I want to show you guys something here. I think this is really important. As this is an open discussion, we're going to be bouncing around a little bit. The different things, plus your guys' thoughts and opinions at some point will be equaled into this. But I do got to get through these things first. Miss Tandy's in the house. Good to see you, ma'am. Okay. Hold on. Make sure you guys hear this okay. Let me know. I'm sure most of you guys have probably seen this. Kaleidoscope, welcome. Croft, welcome. Good to see you. All right, hang on. Tomboy, I sent you a link in the private chat or in the Discord if you're interested in joining me to start just for this portion of this. You don't have to stay up here, of course. All right. And Sleuthers in the house. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Thank you to the moderators all for being here. Appreciate you all. All right, here we go.
This is nuts. This is nuts. There was a drug running vehicle that night. There was a Hyundai Elantra.
So let me read this real quick. November 13th, 22. I don't know exactly which document this is. I'll pull the report myself, but at about 01:43 hours, I was working a plainclothes detail for minors in possession of consumption of alcohol and other related alcohol or drug offenses on or near the University of Idaho campus. While patrolling the area of 7th Street and Ash, I observed a running vehicle in the parking lot of North and 7th and east of Ash Street. The vehicle was a silver 2013 Hyundai Elantra with 4 females inside. Upon contact of the vehicle, I displayed my badge, identified myself as MPD, I contacted the two females on the driver's side of the vehicle who I identified as J, D, and CT. Okay. Officer Rosendahl contacted the other two, who he identified as ES and a VT. I learned all individuals were under 21. Upon contact, I detected the odor of marijuana coming from the vehicle. I also saw numerous alcoholic containers scattered inside the vehicle. Officer Rosendahl advised me of two plastic cups which had spilled over. Rosendahl learned the cups were being used as homemade bongs for marijuana. D admitted to marijuana being inside the vehicle and provided me with her bag containing marijuana and paraphernalia. D told me that I could search the bag where I found a grinder containing marijuana grind used marijuana cigarettes and various. Hang on, let me see if it'll play more.
Come on, and they.
I know Atlanta, but it was me. With Ann Taylor, in order for the plea to involvement
With right, if you go the answer, my
rape
is
thing against Brian, and that even cast doubt on the DNA evidence that they claim to have. That I don't know. I don't think she ever really had. Those.
bull.
Now,
is that how like who do you think that he get
family name? Get experts like him. There's.
Hang on, guys. I'm just trying to get this to jump forward. One minute. I thought it was going to move more, but I didn't realize she had people up there talking. Okay. Well, even if we don't go forward on this, okay, I'll find this report and we'll look at it. So here's my problem. This car is exactly the year 2013. Okay, I'm gonna figure out who these people are based on their initials. This is kind of wild to me. 4 girls. I understand it's 4 girls, but that doesn't mean anything. You guys think about it. Deb Tutro, welcome. Living Dead Girl, welcome. Thank you for being here. Cassie's in the house as well. Deborah Ackland, good to see you. Moonflower, welcome. Simply Solo, welcome to you. Miss Bubbles is here. And congratulations, Miss Cassie, on 36 months. Happy day anniversary to you. That's awesome. So we have 4 girls that were stopped in a 2013 quote unquote silver Elantra. Guys, let me say something to you real quick, okay? How many times have you heard me when the Eugene, Oregon Elantra got brought up talk about how, well, we High Beach Babe, we were told that it wasn't important, right? Many, many times. Don't look there, look over here. Don't look over here, look over there. Don't look at this. This has nothing to do with the case. But I've always said I believe there's some that has something to do with this case. And I think that's why we were told not to look at it, okay? I think this has something to do with this vehicle. And I will never change my mind that this car that was found in Eugene has everything to do with this case, in my opinion. It always has, in my opinion, okay? Which is exactly why I believe they were told not to look at it. As we all know how this goes. And in my opinion, there's no way this car didn't have something to do with this. Oh, we're going to get into that, Moonlight. Don't worry. Yeah, Psy is on my shit list today. We're definitely going to talk about it. That's why I let off with that No Way Psy Ray song. He pissed me off, and you're probably going to hear me yell and swear again today. My apologies up front, but I'm going to go off. I wanted to get through this first, though. So, yeah, I should do that. Thank you, Cass. Did you get my link, Tomboy, or are you not able to join me? Thanks, Cass. Ms. Mellis, good to see you. And yes, that car had fog lights. Now, we also know that these colors at night look different on these cars. How about the Ford Fusion, the what do you call it? The unmarked car? What color did that look? How many different colors was that called? How many different colors did we hear that car was? Hello? Are you there?
Dallas Police Department. How may I help you?
Oh. Don't go there. Don't go there. Slap PP, welcome to you. Dave Clayton, good to see you. That car was traced. Okay, we were told a bunch of different things, Dave, on that car. That Eugene Elantra car had multiple names on the I guess what you would call the tag for it. I heard in the beginning that it had one of the owners of the 1122 house, but then it was also listed to, if you guys remember the Mr. Jesse James Bailey I showed you that was involved in that big old bust, it had his wife's name on there as well. So how's that figure out, guys, that it doesn't fit into this? Somebody tell me. So thank you for joining me, dear. Let's hear your thoughts on this whole thing now.
Well, I have a couple of questions. How did they, if there was no plate on it, how did they get the information? Did somebody show a VIN number or what?
What do you mean?
On that Elantra in Oregon, did they show a VIN number, or because there were no plates on it?
They were probably ripped off. You know what I mean? So that it couldn't be traced.
No, right. So whenever they searched for it, how did they figure out who it was linked to? Did they have a VIN number? Did somebody post a VIN?
Good point. Good point.
Did Hitler grant it?
Yes, he did. He did. I was going to say that too. If you're talking about Brian's public defender, he did grant that. I was going to say that too. I got too much on my mind. He did grant it. I have the order. Was sent to me, and it is allowed.
Okay. If somebody has the VIN number, can you message it to Dago or me or somebody
so we can run it?
Yeah, because I want to see if it matches the plate number.
Good call. While we're waiting to see if that happens, let me run this real quick. Don't go nowhere.
All right, now our other top story, an update in the murder investigation of four University of Idaho students. Here are the top three things you need to know that have just emerged today. First, after a video was taken on the night of the murders from a downtown business, police have confirmed they have now identified a man who was referenced in a security video by two of the victims from the night of the murder. Police are saying that man is now cooperating with police. Also tonight, after an extensive search for a white Hyundai Elantra, Moscow police believe.
Now, pay attention to something here, folks. Just look at the. This has fog lights too, mind you. I just wanted you to see that.
One was spotted near the crime scene the night those students were killed, and they have long said that whoever was in the car could have critical information. Well, now they are aware of a white Hyundai Elantra located in Eugene, Oregon. That's the car you're looking at right now. We also just learned from Moscow police that car is registered out of Colorado. They believe it has no connection to the property in Moscow where the murders took place.
Now, why would you make that statement? Why would you say they believe it has no connection to the property? That's always bothered me. But there's the car, folks, okay? That one has fog lights and all that fun stuff, okay? And again, it's very easy to mistake colors, I should say, with these cameras and stuff. as we know. I've been complaining about this car for 4 years. So let's explain this. I guess you can explain this better, Tomboy. That's why I said you can join me if you'd like with what all went down that night.
What do you mean?
With the girls, that. If you, since you found it, I want to give you the option to do it.
The girls were pulled over, or I'm sorry, he noticed a car.
Yeah, parked in a parking lot.
Yeah. Okay, whatever.
Uh-huh.
That's my whole point. Uh-huh.
And we've had...
Did they get any tickets? That's what I want to know. Did you get a fucking ticket? No.
No, of course not. Of course not. And again, these two officers have been in question for a minute. Welcome, Richard. Good to see you, buddy. So again, we're back to this car again. Okay. I can't get past this car. I've never been able to get past this car. This car to me is a big deal, and it always has been. It's the convenience of it and the coincidence of it just doesn't line up for me, because there's no way there's coincidences in this case like the ones we've seen. I'll just say that.
Yeah, you can only come up with so many coincidences in true crime. Come on now.
Right. Hi, Terry. Welcome. Cheryl Renee. Good to see you, too. So this is something we're going to be looking into. I do have the initials of the people that were in the vehicle. I want to look into them a little bit more and see what we need to find. Yes, they were all let go. None of them were charged with anything. That's a problem. Okay. There were drugs, paraphernalia, everything in the car. Alcohol. How were they not charged with anything? Tell me that. Somebody, please.
I do not know. I could not tell you.
All right, let me reiterate one thing, too. They were all under the age of 21. And I don't give a shit if you're 27 or 57. Open containers in a vehicle is a charge. Drugs and paraphernalia are a charge. But none of them were charged with anything? Come on. I want to know why. I want to know why.
You tell me. It doesn't. I don't know.
Nothing ever makes sense in this case. Nothing. But here we are again. The car was salvaged, destroyed. Yeah, it was. It was sold off to a salvage yard, and it's probably a cube about this big right now. So, just saying.
It was the thing says. Hold on. It was the salvage was obtained November 26th, 2024.
But it was also sold again, wasn't it? Before that, November of 22 is when it was sold at one point, wasn't it?
October of 22 was when it was bought by a private buyer out of Garden City.
There we go. There we go. Sorry, October of 22, bought by a private during a private sale out of Garden City. There's that name again of Garden City. I know it's close to the area. It doesn't probably mean nothing, but I'm just saying.
And it did have a plate on it.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's how I found all the information on it.
I have
the plate number from Lana last night.
I was going to say I had the plate number in front of me. Yeah. So there's that. If nothing else, it's something that we need to definitely look into. That's all I'm saying. It's crazy. It's crazy. This, like I said, the coincidences there's just too many for them to be coincidences. Okay. That's my problem now. But anyway, it was a paper. Yeah. Like a
paper plates aren't registered though. That's the whole thing. Paper plates aren't registered like that. Because if you pull up the plate number that Lana.
Yeah, the one I have here.
Yeah, it's an actual plate number, not a paper tag. Because the paper tags, there's certain numbers.
It's a seven letter number plate is what it is. So A paper tag would be a temp tag, correct?
Yes, it is a temp tag.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I was just making sure I had the right numbers. Something out of Colorado, and then we've had Colorado pop up before, so yeah. You're gonna have some issues tonight, Jesse. Just so you know.
I feel sorry for his wife.
I do, along with the wine, egg salad, cracker. Jesus Christ, bro. Good luck.
Don't sneeze in your sleep.
Hopefully, I'll be able to get you to talk to me before all of that takes effect. But yeah, we definitely have issues with this. That, like I said, I'm gonna be looking into this more. You get, I got you. Just to see what comes out of anything. But I have a bigger issue that I want to complain about today as well. But this was something I wanted to bring to everybody's attention because I think it's important. And know that we will be looking into it for sure. I think it's significant. If it brings nothing to the table, then it whatever. It's no time lost because I'd have been doing something like this anyway. Just saying. So thank you.
Sophie. And it was Tesdall and Rosendahl.
Yes. And welcome, Pokey. Whoa. Good to see you.
That's definitely not how temp tags work here in Texas either. They're
Jenny.
they don't match the temp tags do not match the plates that you get, and the temp tags are all numbers. There's no letters.
Not here either. They're completely different here. They do not line up with the license plate at all. So I'm definitely curious. This needs to be worked over. I'll just put it that way, and it will be. Anything else to add to this, Tom boy?
No. I just think it's just odd that a car that was pulled over or whatever in Moscow, basically hours before this murder, was
an exact identical match to the car they're looking for.
Well, that too, but sent to a scrapyard in Oregon. Almost 2 years just a little over 2 years to the day.
Right. Yeah, it's a problem.
So I guess I need to look back in the records and find out what was going on as far as the court docket and stuff. What was going on around in November of 24?
Good point. With all the mistakes that were made in this, I'll call them mistakes to be nice. In this case, I don't trust anything anybody's told us. Okay. I don't trust anything about vehicles. I don't trust anything about colors of vehicles. I don't trust tags. And nothing that has been told to us. So much has been lies or mistakes. I have problems. So
the Elantra, yeah, it was originally a Solantra.
Sonata. Yeah.
Sonata. Hyundai Sonata, and then he tried to put them both together, and it came out Solantra.
Solantra, right? Solantra. He was making a recipe that night. Anyway. Yep. Agreed. So anyway, I just wanted to throw that up first and foremost before we talked about anything out there, that's going to be being looked into a little bit deeper because it is, in my opinion, just a little too coincidental. And Lana brought it up last night. Tomboy brought it to the table. You presented it to Lana, didn't you, last night, dear?
Well, I sent her email about it. Yeah,
that's what I thought. So that's why you're here with me today. I wanted that to be known. And that we are still digging on everything we can because these things have to make sense somewhere, and if they don't, there's a reason.
So Lulu over here says that the Idaho plate stays with the person, not the car. So my plate number for my first car is still my plate number. So who does this plate number belong to? Who did it originally belong to?
Right. Hey, Sally. Love and Other Habits. Welcome to you.
Because all the info I pulled up, it never gives a name of who it belongs to, but it gives me all the info since it was purchased originally out of California in 2013.
Good question. Good point. Hence why we're doing it.
Yeah, but if you look at even Lana showed pictures last night of this silver Hyundai, it clearly looked white.
That's what I'm saying.
Clearly looked right.
We've already seen how these cars can look different colors and the lighting that they have. Is all I'm saying. There's something. It may be nothing, but it's worth looking at. Is all I'm saying, and I will be. So that's all. And nobody has to believe in it until we see for sure what it is. That's all it is. Douglas, good to see you. Lenny Mo, welcome to you. Mama D, thank you for joining us. Beer Pong, good to see you. So the other thing I want to jump into, now that that's on the table, welcome, Senor. Did you see, since you're here with me now, did you see the News Nation interview this morning, Tomboy? Friendly Snake, welcome.
With who? With
Sly and Sly Ray and the Gonsalves?
Unfortunately, yeah.
Yeah.
It was disgusting.
Oh, yeah. Well, here we go. For those of you that may not have seen this, by the way, I watched the whole Netflix thing, guys. I wouldn't even waste my time, but you can. Of course, everybody needs to see what they want to see. It's nothing's any different. It's all the same as it has been. So Mr. Whitcomb did not tell us the truth about that, at least. I'll say that. So it is what it is.
Tell us the truth about what?
Well, he said this Netflix series was to be different. It was going to be opposite of what it has been. Not so much a hit piece as them pointing to the corruption, which never happened. So same old stuff. There's a couple different people in it, but the same old stuff. So be it. Rinse and repeat. Exactly. Good way to put it.
Same shit, different day.
Yeah. Yep. Same as it ever was. Same as it ever was. Same as it ever will be. Ham and Cheese, welcome. Dale Harrison, welcome. Sarah, did I miss somebody else? Twiz, welcome. Laura K, welcome. All right. So, all right, hold on to your chairs because this is going to piss some people off. So here we go.
Might have been missing, but now we have something special. Never happened before. I've never done it. I am joined by the father of victim Kaylee Gonsalves, Steve, who I had on the program last night, and Kaylee's sister, Olivia, who have questions for Cy. It's great to see you both. Thank you both for taking the time. I'm really just going to hand it off to you, Steve. You, I understand, respect Cy for standing by his work, but you say not everybody's doing that. I turn it to you for the question that you might have for Cy.
Yeah, well, Cy Ray came out and stood by his work, stood by what his professional opinion was. He wasn't paid. There's a
Cy came out and stood by his work. Okay, remember those words.
A lot of people who were paid and then turned that into some kind of for-profit.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'm going to really try not to interrupt.
It's
Who
okay.
contacted the G's? Did he contact the G's? Because that's against the rules.
Well, the way it was explained in here, and Jesse does say it, that Steve wanted to put this together. Basically, I'm guessing that Steve went through Jesse to get a hold of him, to have him come on the show so that they could discuss this. That's how I took it.
Again, another sly lie because he said he was only doing that one interview.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
More lies.
That is something he did say. But yeah, and I have to agree with SRB based on what we have heard. I disagree with the statement that he stood by his work. So I think that I don't know that the G's contacted him directly as compared to going through Jesse to get a hold of him. So I don't know how that worked out, but either way. We'll see.
Enterprise. And I just wanted to respect somebody who stood by their work, because I need more of that. I think a lot of courtrooms need more people to stand by what their expert testimony is. And these gag orders are kind of cloaking devices to keep people from actually being responsible for.
Well, wait a minute. Wait. We need more experts to stand by their work, right? That's what he said. Okay, and I'm not saying I fully agree with him, but Dr. Turby came out, was standing by his work. Yes, he did step out of his lane a little bit, but not really, though. He's standing by what he believes. Am I wrong, Tomboy, or anybody else? Is that how he presented himself to us? Is my question. Are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. I did Turvey bash anybody else other except Ann Taylor?
No, but he stood by what he was saying, though. Like, this is what I believe, this is what I saw, this is what I think, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, and the way Steve is explaining this is we need more experts to stand by their work. They don't believe what Turby said, even though he's standing by his work. I'm just pointing something out is all I'm saying. Just to make a point, a real deal point here. I want you to see that, like, he's saying this, but we have people doing it and you're not believing in them. So, okay. That's my point.
Yes, Lana did encourage Steve to reach out to Cy because they both have kids or something like that.
Yeah. I don't know that Lana thought that's what was going to be stated, but as you'll see here, this is a little bit, this just pissed me off. I'll just be honest, and I'll explain why when he does it.
Or their so-called expert witness testimony. So there's not a lot of opportunities I get to speak to an expert, to somebody who's actually seen the data that is related to my daughter's death. And I don't take that lightly. And Cy has daughters as well as I do. And I think his heart's in the right place. And I wanted to reach out and find out, like, these questions that I have that even the defense and the prosecutor, nobody wants to help me with. So if he's willing to, like, tell me, hey, how can you have cell tower dumps, the whole tower dump, and then his phone turns on at 4:48? How is that not? How do we not have timing records in there? How do we not have that? That's my main question for him.
Cy?
Yeah, and I think there's a couple things to look at with that question. Number one, when his phone turns back on, there's no doubt the route that he took. There is no doubt the connections to the towers. I've been very concerned from the get-go of why we're not seeing that data. The map that's on the screen right now is a perfect example. That was a map that was used in all of the search warrants. Essentially, you will find that map right there repeating throughout every search warrant. It's wrong. And it's wrong in a number of disturbing ways. And when you actually take the data that's out there and you map it, I can tell you, Steve, there's no doubt where that device is when it turns back on. And it's not Thorny Creek Road. It's south of there. It's still on 95. It's still southbound. It does eventually pull off and it travels east and then west, and then kind of back up to the north to come back into WSU. But we're talking 25-meter radius GPS pings. And they perfectly align with the roadway. When you measure the distances between them, the speeds are 100% appropriate. You can see the vehicle come to like a three-way intersection and it turns left. And the next one, it turns right. It is turn by turn. There's absolutely no doubt. I've been saying from day one, they need to map all the data. They need to go get the data. They need to map the data. And I reserve the right to change my opinion until all of that data is put forth, because I think it tells a story. And I don't know how an expert prompts both the investigative side and the defense side of, hey, these are bottom line basic steps that need to be taken. If that was done, what would be found is the very next day, he mirrors that exact same route. He starts off in Pullman, he comes into Moscow, he drives down 95, he pulls onto the dirt road. He's in the exact same area that he drove the night before after immediately committing these crimes. And after he goes to that area, he drives straight to the Snake River just after dusk, getting into the darkness about 8:30, 9 o'clock at night. And why would somebody be driving to the Snake River on that path? it's concerning to me because we also see some activity that is indicative, in my opinion, of him looking at his navigation, specifically using his phone to get into a perfect area. The other thing is pattern of life. We got 6 months worth of records on Mr. Koberg. It's very easy for us to see what his normal pattern looks like. This is a complete deviation from that normal pattern, and it stands out. It tells a story.
That's very compelling to hear.
Okay, stop right there. And SRB made my statement for me. Why was none of this in his report? None of that was in his report. None of it. I mean, we went through the report word for word. I don't remember any of that. Does anybody else? This is all new info.
Because stick to the shit that you signed your name to under penalty of perjury.
Again,
because right now you are perjuring yourself, and I hope you're held accountable for it.
Standing by his work. Again, that is not what we read in the report. Am I wrong?
No, it is not what you read in the report.
Okay. And I'll go back to the fucking report if I need to and re-explain that, but that is nothing like what we read out of this report. And I'll start there, okay? That's where we're going to start as I continue. Oh, boy.
And look, it highlights what an overarching theme has been criticism of prosecutors in this case. Olivia, I want to throw it to you. I understand you have questions as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So the questions I came prepared for kind of moot compared to this one. So you're speaking of GPS data, which I'll be honest, I really wasn't aware of. So when you speak turn by turn, is it fair to assume that that data, you mentioned it went back 6 months, was used for the cast report, which did put the defendant at my sister's home on 23 previous occasions? Because I know a lot of pushback that happens is when it comes to this cell tower, they say there's only 2 in Moscow. It only narrows it down 10 miles. Can you kind of help to dispel some of the specificity that can happen with GPS data that was on his device?
Yeah, and I need to break that into 2 pieces. Number one, the 23 prior visits based on that cast report is 100% inaccurate. It would never hold up in court. Any expert in this field who reviewed that report would be able to show you incredible flaws. The problem, too, is it isn't just 1 or 2. All 23 of those that are reported in the cast report are wrong. They're inaccurate. The times are off. It's just a really bad analysis. With that said,
watch his face.
The agency
can tell when he's going to lie.
Dug into the records they.
What'd you say?
I said, watch his face. You can tell when he's getting ready to lie.
Have. Not only is there evidence of Brian Koberg being in the area of that house, there's evidence of him being on the property.
Let's stop there. Let me play that back real quick. Just that one little piece.
There's evidence of him being on the property. There's the area of that house. There's evidence of him being on the property.
What?
He's so full of shit.
Now, let me go back a little bit, okay? Am I wrong in saying that he said the exact opposite of that not that long ago?
Yeah. His report says that.
The exact opposite of that. That he was never even on the property. Okay. Yep. Hold on. But wait. There's more.
There's things that they could follow up on to confirm this. And in my report, and luckily it's just been released, I actually outlined follow-up that would be reasonable to assume an investigator would do to confirm the prior visits to the house, which I think are very critical. Pattern of life is everything in this case, seeing the planning phase and then leading up to the actual murders themselves, us being able to piece that back together and tell a comprehensive story that makes sense, that's the job of the investigators. So I can tell you that I feel very comfortable that Brian Koberg was in the general area of the house several times leading up to the murders. I think he came by the house the next morning. I think he came by the house the day after that. So there's more than enough evidence to show that. There are databases and ways that if the right people use the right legal process to exploit today, the data's still there. There is some really good information that could come out that I believe would show the device actually at or inside the house, opposed to just
at or inside the house. Again, opposing what he has already stated. I'm going to pull his fucking report, and we're going to read that again, just to ensure that I'm getting these things right. Because once again, you're coming out after you released a report saying one thing and did an interview saying the same thing, not what, last week? And then now, because you're sitting here with the parent of a victim, you're making this statement.
So Cy agreed with Slavinsky when he said that Brian Koberger was within 100 meters
Right.
of the tower that services the 1122 King Road.
That's kind of what I thought. But what does that mean?
What do you mean? What does that mean?
That doesn't mean at or inside the house.
No.
At all.
Okay. Imagine a circle. Okay? A circle. Now go 100 meters from the edge of that circle.
Right.
That's where he was. Within that, around that circle.
Exactly.
So he could have been shopping at Winco, but he's going to ping on the tower that services 1122 King Road.
Oh, right, right.
And I have to just say that if there was proof that Brian was on the property, Bill Thompson would have been all over that shit.
Well, why did Bill Thompson say we cannot put Brian Koberger in that house?
Exactly.
If this is true. That's my point, Rach.
That is exactly what he said on the Custody Queens.
I'll show it. I will show it and play it back word for word what he said.
Are we not understanding his, scientific jargon?
No.
Maybe one word means something else. I don't, fuck if I know.
Let me finish this up and then I'll show you something.
Near it.
Steve, this is an important conversation based on what we talked about last night. I'll say it again. I'll say it one more time. I think the likelihood that he gets a new trial is very, 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 very low. But if this is now a conversation about a potential new trial, is there going to, do you want Cy to be part of this push for investigators, for law enforcement, for prosecutors to essentially, if I'm understanding this all correctly, be more thorough?
It's almost bigger than that. Technology is moving so fast. It's radically fast. And I'm an IT guy and I can barely keep up. These courtrooms, when they were talking about a JSON file, I just wanted to jump up in front of the judge and say, this is ridiculous. There's no expert in the room right now. So I think what we need to do is embrace technology more. And we need to have experts that are actually driven just based off of technology. And things have to change. I mean, the courtroom, I'm watching somebody typing when the whole thing's being recorded. They resist change. They don't want change. We have to embrace change. And that's how we get justice, is we start embracing, this technology. And that's what I'm trying to say is this case, bring it on. The evidence is there. I'm not scared of it. I actually think there's so much undiscovered evidence that this case is actually should have been case law. It should have been case law. And it's unfortunate that we didn't get there. And I'm trying to save another family from dealing with the same headache that we just went through. And we're talking about life and death, and it's that important.
I mean, Cy said it before.
I get it now.
Once Brian Koberger could be guilty, but there could be faulty parts.
This.
Do what?
I think I understand this because Cy knows that the IGG it's going to get thrown out. So now you got to come up with another whole line of shit to put him in the house.
It's a good point.
You're going to use the cell phone tower shit and you're going to lie about it. Fuck you, you little. This whole fucking panel right here on screen.
I agree. That makes perfect sense. Makes perfect sense. Because this didn't come out. This did not come out until there was threat of a new trial. Wasn't in the report. Never said a word about this until today, this morning, 2 days after the fact that now Brian wants a new trial. Now it's going to come out. Why? Come on, guys. You can't change your mind every other day, bro. You're an expert.
Every person right there, they can fuck all the way off and take your fucking Ozempic with you.
This is insane.
The investigation. Olivia, you said you had other questions that you felt are moot. What are those other questions that you had, or anything that you want to address for Sad?
Yeah, so a lot of my questions were just about kind of the analysis and how specific we can get, data. I have my phone right here. Obviously, it's connected to Wi-Fi, but let's say it wasn't. Could you know that I was right here just with cell tower data? Or would it require an additional piece like a timing advance record?
It would definitely require something additional than just cell tower connections. And I think the question you're asking is really pivotal, and it mirrors exactly what Steve is bringing out. You have to ask for it. You have to know what to ask for. You have to know the proper legal process to obtain it. And then the most important thing here is you have to be able to analyze it. You have to be able to properly analyze it. And I don't want to get too far into the weeds of some of the knowledge that I'm talking about tonight, because some of this hasn't been released, but I feel very comfortable stating there is no work product in this case that took the 4 victims' phones, 6 months worth of records, which they have, it's in evidence, took Brian Koberger's 6 months worth of records and sat down and did a deep dive analysis of seeing where.
Did he just once again point at the fact that Ashley Jennings lied? Again, point to that?
No.
Okay. I know that's not the most important thing here, but once again, just wanted to point out that we know Ashley lied because he's said it more than once now. So, good God.
Where those devices intersect and when they collide. And I feel very comfortable in this next statement that if somebody did that on the prosecution investigative side, it's not a mystery of where some of these connections happened. It's not a mystery of what I'm going to say, at least the pre-planning phase of this crime. There's some very telling evidence in those phone records that, to your point, we can be a little bit more specific. We can be a little bit more isolated instead of just saying, well, both phones are in Moscow. Yeah, no, they're actually both on the same street corner. Or more importantly, there's a couple phones that belong in Moscow that are in Pullman at times. And there's an intersection and a collision between Koberger and a couple of the victims in Pullman. So the evidence is there. It just needs to be properly analyzed.
So I just got.
What? Wouldn't that mean there was a connection somewhere then? They intersect, basically, is what he's saying, which is, again, something we've never heard before. Ever. And I guess, yeah, he's pointing to the fact that the state failed. We know that, okay? But again, no connection between Brian or the victims is no connection. But okay, where's this info at? I want to see this.
Well, if you look at his report.
Well, we're going to, don't worry.
He missed a section of tower area that services Brian's house.
Right.
So yeah, if I'm not driving when you pull it up, I'll show you.
Okie doke.
I gotta jump in 1 second as I'm listening to you speak, and I'm listening to your expertise in this and thinking that you were retained by the defense at one point. You are quite knowledgeable. You are the kind of expert that any side would want. Did you, in your experience, the reason I say that is because Brian Koberger is saying he had bad lawyers. He had ineffective assistance of counsel. That's what he's claiming right now. I'm thinking all I've ever heard is that he had good attorneys. And if they were considering you, I feel like that's a good attorney. From your perspective, do you think that he had incompetent, ineffective counsel from your experiences on that side?
Boy, that's a loaded question.
It sure is, but I'm asking it.
I think that there's plenty of ineffectiveness to go around on the defense side, prosecution side, and quite honestly, and I won't be very popular for saying this, on the judge side, I think there's critical errors that were made throughout this entire case where it's just this giant snowball that kept picking up speed as it went. One of the biggest things, and just to be clear, I got involved in this case because I did a peer review. The actual expert on the case ran into a problem, didn't know what to do, called me. I looked at it, I thought I'd be done. Next thing I know, I kind of got sucked into this thing. Yeah. So it was never my intent to be involved in this case.
That's a lie. That's not what you said on the Custody Queens.
I'm sorry.
That's not what you said. That is not what he said on the Custody Queens. He didn't get sucked into it. He said, I need to see all the information on this case if you want me to peer review your work.
Right.
So you basically didn't give Ann Taylor a choice. If you were going to do peer review for Tom Slavinsky, you needed to see all the case.
Exactly. That's how I took it.
And that is work product right now that he is spewing that he cannot do.
He's doing it.
Time again, I told the defense probably at least 100 times. The best thing that happened for Brian Kohberger is that we were never contacted to help provide assistance on this case. That's my job. Across the country every day, across the world. If I feel very comfortable in saying if myself or some other experts in this field around the United States were contacted early and brought into this investigation, we would not be having this conversation today.
Well, let me tell you something.
I don't want to interrupt.
No, please.
But that's not the first time I've heard that. I've heard other experts say the exact thing to me. Said, Steve, you reached out to me. I'm here. I'm an expert, and they won't talk to me. So let me that lit a fire. That lit a fire as me as a.
No, that's convenient and interesting. Just saying.
Father, that I'm doing things like I'm doing right now.
And by the way, Steve, for anybody who doesn't know, you were the guys who orchestrated this. You said this is an important conversation to have. We want to talk to Cy Ray about this. I'm so glad that we did, particularly now. We didn't know that Kohberger was going to file this yesterday. So all of this happened at once. Cy Ray, thank you for taking the time to answer these questions and explain it. Steve and Olivia, I said this to Steve last night. Cy. I've been thinking about you guys this whole week, and I'm going to be, you have an open platform here to always talk about what you.
Okay. Oh, buddy. Hang on here just a minute.
I've done already kicked the cat box twice.
As long as you're not kicking the cat.
Well, she's in the box.
Okay. Well, hopefully she'll stay there and stay safe. 1 minute. I've kicked a little bit of everything today. Let me find it here. All right, where it is. Excuse me.
Are we on the famed Kohberger tour again?
I guess. Okay. Let's see. Now you're going to have to bear with me because I don't remember exactly where things were said. But I'll do my best. Let me see where we're at with this. Hold on.
Evidence, and I did see that in your report, that he would drive around that route, similar route. So if he's doing that weekly, is it really that unusual or that much of a coincidence that he would have done that route happened to the night of the murders?
Also considering his disabilities too. Could it
just, does that speak to it potentially being more of a coincidence than necessarily some sort of planning or behavior?
Yeah, and I get where you're coming from, and I will agree with you. When we isolate one piece of anything that I'm talking about, of course there's other alternative theories we can talk about. Of course we can say, isn't it possible? Well, yeah, of course it's possible. But for me, it is hard for me to look at the totality. And that's, that's a whole different thing. When we start getting in conspiracy theories, we have to eliminate the totality of all the other evidence.
All right, let me roll this transcript and see if I can find this in here.
Hit Control F and search for keyword.
All right. What did we want to, what exactly did we want to point out again? That, because there was a few things. I'm trying to find the right point. Hold on. I'm trying to remember which one came first.
What did you do? Break it?
No, I'm just trying to think of how to word this. About one of the biggest things he said, the opposite of, was that Brian was nowhere near that house. So give me a minute. I'm just scanning it.
Somebody there said right there, it said you can't actually put him in the house.
Right there?
I don't know, wherever you were at.
I'm looking. Bear with me.
Just search keyword in-house.
No, hold on. It is not working that way. Give me 1 minute. I'll try it this way. Where did it go? It's not, it doesn't say it. Damn it.
Don't put it in caps. Take your caps off. See over there where you have the right where you were typing. No, right where you were typing.
Up here?
You see the two little arrows next to it?
Uh-huh.
Go up or down and it'll take you right to exactly where it's at. No, that's in the comments. Keep going. It'll take you to the transcript. It'll pop up. Go back to that arrow. Keep going.
These are comments.
The arrow.
What? I just did.
Keep going.
Keep going where?
What is the number?
It says 11 through 12.
Okay, so it'll start back at 1.
It just takes me through the comments. Hold on. Okay. Okay. So, here we go. You can't actually, it's right there. I found it.
If you click on the time stamp, it'll take you right to it.
It did. You can't actually put him in the house during the time period that the crime took place. With that said, nobody can tell you that Brian Koberger did not drive by this house. There is evidence that is. Like behavior of somebody sitting in a house and watching for extended periods of time, there is no evidence of that in this case. None. I've been very clear with that from the beginning. See, there was another point here too.
If you click on the number, the time, and then hit play, it'll play where it goes.
Okay.
Right at the bottom of where you were just at, go back over to the transcript. Click on the time. Nope. Go back up. Over where the transcript is right there. You see those?
I know. Click on the bubble and then it'll play there. Right.
Right. And at the bottom, it should say sync with video.
Right. Hold on. I was just trying to find that spot that I bypassed again. There it is.
With that said, nobody can tell you that Brian Kohberger did not drive by this house. There is evidence that is consistent with activity that would have had to happen that night if Brian Kohberger is the suspect in this crime. So I'm going to create this pattern of life that starts to mirror what would have actually.
And you can't actually put him in the house during the time period that the crime took place.
Nope. And obviously, this would be a very different case and a very different discussion if they could. We can own life that starts to mirror what would have actually happened in this crime. That's really hard to do. And I'm going to do that without his knowledge because he never reported. He's a PhD student. You'd think he would recognize some of this stuff. He actually asked for a job with law enforcement because of his technology abilities with evidence, yet he is completely unaware of this. So I've got that piece kind of planned, right? I've got to put his phone at or very near the crime scene a number of times without his knowledge. That's another piece of evidence that I've got to pull off. And then the night of the murder, I need him to go out. I need him to drive around because it's clear his phone is moving around. It's not stationary at home. I need a vehicle that is incredibly similar to his. I'm not talking right now about leaving Pullman. I need a vehicle that's very, very similar to his to drive around the crime scene multiple times just prior to the murder. And more importantly, I need that same vehicle to flee the crime scene at a high.
Well, didn't we just talk about a vehicle that's very, very similar to his? Thank you, Cindy. Just saying.
I think everybody who has seen that, everybody who has seen that 420 video, some of us 100% believe that car, they played that in reverse. That car is going backwards.
That I don't know. I've never been able to completely convince myself of that, but I know a lot of people do believe that.
Well, it's because of the lights on the house next to Jack.
Yeah. All right, hang on.
High rate of speed immediately afterwards without his knowledge. I then need his phone, and I'm assuming his car, well, we know it's his car, to go south of Moscow and to reappear down south where he doesn't really hang out. He hasn't been down there before. And then I need him to drive this perfect little trail back to catch all of the cameras at Idaho or Moscow, or I'm sorry, Pullman, Washington State University, just in order. I need him to do a lot of other things that I don't know has been released to the public. The level of manipulation it would take to paint Brian Kohberger as a suspect in this case is overwhelming. It would require a small army to do it, and it's just illogical.
Okay, so if we sort of take your fact pattern, and we know that in your report, your summary, you specifically say that, and so we know this portion's at least public, that he routinely drives in random locations late at night and early in the morning, that he's constantly cycling the power on his phone for different periods of time, and that his daily geolocation patterns are chaotic, random travel patterns are normal. So if we accept all that is true, part of the overwhelming evidence is that would make him the person that committed this crime because he did that as a pattern of life for the 6 months prior to the murder, because we can't actually put him in the house, right?
Well, you can put something in the house that's pretty critical that, I understand touch DNA. I understand, all of the arguments around. And as part of the defense team, when I say I understand it, trust me, I understand, but there is a piece we all have to accept. A knife sheath actually next to one of the murder victims who was killed with a knife similar that knife sheath would hold is pretty crazy evidence, right? And having DNA around the snap button, and not a little bit, this isn't trace DNA, it is a significant amount of DNA, is pretty significant. It's hard to talk, outside of that. And I know the question is going to be, well, how do you guys know it's his car? You can't show that it's his car. Well, what we can show is that Brian Koberger's phone movements, when it's on, especially coming back to Washington State University, are traveling right next side by side. The phone and the car are moving together. So it would be a hard stretch to say that that's not his car.
But you do agree that at least when you're looking at the cell phone data, geolocation, all of that information, you can't actually put him in the house during the time period that the crime took place.
Nope. And obviously, this would be a very different case and a very different discussion if they could. We can only put a knife sheath that at some point he touched, and we can only put a partial description that somewhat fits his build, if you will, and we can only put a vehicle that matches his vehicle, and we can only put his device in the area of the crime scene prior to. That's all we can put physically at the crime scene. Now, does that mean that he committed this crime in of itself? No, it's a lot of evidence. It starts that story for sure. When you put pattern of life over the top of it, that narrative changes very quickly.
So with the pattern of life, how do you reconcile that with, you've got in your report, I'm unable to locate any period of time between June 23, 2022 and November 13 where Mr. Koberger's mobile device is in the same specific area as any of the deceased's mobile devices. I'm unable to identify any patterns that would be consistent to Mr. Koberger frequenting locations, also frequenting by the, it's my opinion, the geolocation data I've been provided as of the writing of this report does not provide any evidence of association between Mr. Koberger or any of the decedents. The lack of, and I get the pattern of life and what you're saying, but then the lack of any contact, apparent contact between him and any of the victims at any time leading up to this, I think that kind of contrasts a bit. Is there one reason why you might discount that as opposed to the pattern of life?
Well, okay, look, we got to break a couple things down here. Okay. Me being able to say that Brian Koberger's device is in the same proximity as one of the victim's device requires very granular, very specific details that this case simply doesn't have, right? So I stand by that statement, and I will make the argument.
But you just said on your interview this morning that they were close to each other at some point. It's a complete contradiction.
Argument that you guys are never going to see evidence contrary of that statement, right? I feel very, very comfortable with that. Mm-hmm. With that said, nobody can tell you that Brian Koberger did not drive by this house. There is evidence that is consistent with what I would expect to see in the event that he did. Now, I think I make it very clear in my report that you just read where I'm at with that. Mm-hmm. It requires some explanation. The bigger thing is there is a very specific route that is north of Highway 270 that goes actually over 95 to the east side of Moscow and then comes down to the south, and it would actually eventually drop you out on Indian Hills Road. There is significant evidence of multiple trips at night along that passageway. It's significant. We're very, very comfortable, and I've stated this time and time again. There is some consistency to that we can't just ignore. He's very familiar with accessing that area late at night or previous to the time frame that we're looking at this crime being.
So fucking what? He drives at night. He likes to go that direction. That's all that means. What?
Dago, you need to get rid of your knife sheath because, you know, your knife sheath can do all this damage.
They're dangerous.
Gosh, I got to get rid. Does that mean I need to get rid of my holster?
Maybe. I see what you're saying.
It's ridiculous.
Agreed.
Committed. And it's very unusual activity. I've seen a lot of phone records. It's hard to explain why we see this on a consistent basis.
What is consistent, real quick, Si? What is consistent? Is it once a week, twice a week, once a month, once every 5 weeks? What is that?
I think I outlined some of this in my report, so I feel pretty comfortable, stating Brian Koberger driving around in the middle of the night is very common. So number one, just the behavior itself is very, very common. Consistent to a route or a couple of routes that would be concerning, knowing the facts of this case, I think it is safe to say weekly.
Okay, and then you also state in your report that there's not enough detail in the AT&T CDRs to be specific enough to make any determination of Mr. Kohlberger's precise whereabouts, especially down to 100-meter accuracy.
Yeah, I'm speaking specifically to anybody being able to come into court and say they know that Brian Kohlberger's mobile device was inside the crime scene or on the property, and I will continue to stand by this. There is no evidence that surveillance or stalking-like behavior of somebody sitting at the house and watching for extended periods of time, there is no evidence of that in this case. None. I've been very...
There you go. Once
You
again.
motherfucking, oh my God, you just said he was on the property.
Thank you.
Very clear with that from the beginning.
What is the actual date? Sorry. Go ahead, Ron.
So you've got evidence, and I did see that in your report, that he would drive around that route, similar route. So if he's doing that weekly, is it really that unusual or that much of a coincidence that he would have done that route happened to the night of the murders?
Also considering his disabilities too.
Could it just, I mean, does that speak to it potentially being more of a coincidence than necessarily some sort of planning or behavior?
Yeah, and I get where you're coming from, and I will agree with you. When we isolate one piece of anything that I'm talking about, of course there's other alternative theories we can talk about. Of course we can say, isn't it possible? Well, yeah, of course it's possible. But for me, it is hard for me to look at the totality. And that's a whole different thing. When we start getting in conspiracy theories, we have to eliminate the totality of all the other evidence we're seeing in this case. Mm-hmm. We know what it looks like when Brian Kohlberger's phone travels on Highway 270 east or west. So saying that it didn't happen that night is very easy to do. We know what it looks like when it travels just north of Highway 270. We know a route from his house that he would start to take in doing so. Mm-hmm. There's some consistency there before his phone is powered off. Well, it's really convenient that his phone is powered off during this specific time frame. It's really convenient that we know he is not in Moscow, or Pullman rather, during the time of the murder. Like, we know that because of the records on the phone itself. We know that from the point he turns the phone off to the point that he turns the phone on, it is reasonable to believe at some point he had to pass through Moscow or very near to Moscow to get from point A to point B. So, if we isolate this one thing and say, hey, isn't it possible? You guys are 100% right. And we could do that all day long. But when we stack up everything together, the totality of it changes this conversation. And that's all I'm trying to say to you guys. That's all I'm trying to say to your listeners is it's very easy for us to get in my head, Brian Kohlberger isn't guilty, and I'm going to latch onto anything I can find that confirms that bias that I have. Opposed to, hey, the fact of the matter is there is a significant amount of evidence that indicates Brian Kohlberger committed this murder. The way that law enforcement processed this case, the way that it was handled, decisions that were made by prosecutors and federal agents and down to the local agent is very troubling. There is a lot.
Okay, so now I'm going to pull his report now. My God. This is just ridiculous.
So how about them Red Sox?
I'm
just joking.
Yep. Hang on. Yep. Come on.
So now we lack technology, understanding of technology.
Yeah, well. No, I think there's a lack of
being able to tell the fucking truth. That's what there's a lack of.
Well, I won't even go that far. I'll just say, stop changing your story. Okay, you say one thing, then you turn around and say something else. And if you're gonna say that it means something different, then you need to clarify. He's not doing that. And there should be, no matter who it is, needs to be asking more questions to this to make him explain it then. If it's not what people aren't seeing, if that's what the problem is, people don't understand or whatever we're gonna call it, then he needs to make people understand, because all it looks like to me is that you're changing your story. It looks to me like you're changing your story to fit whoever you're talking to. That's how it looks. And I'm sorry, but that's exactly what I'm seeing. And that is not okay. That's how I see it. And then he needs to show it another way if that's not true. It's all I can tell you. But that's how I see it. So, all right. Let me get to the point where we get past
I think he's changing his story to help the G's in their WSU lawsuit, because if you got Cyree saying he was on the property, oh, look, that's better, even better for the G's and all them for that WSU.
Right. Well, again, I guess depend, and it looks to me like whoever he's talking to, the story fits that narrative for that person. That's how it looks to me. That's all I'm saying. Okay, so here we and he's in here talking about how the drive test, all of this stuff that was done was completely like fucked up and not right. They were testing things in places that there wasn't even roads, all of that stuff. So we know all that. I'm trying to get to the important parts here, though. If I remember correct, I know there was a lot to this, so bear with me as I find it. And again, he just points to the fact that Ashley lied, so they did have the data. We all knew that the whole time. And he said that in more than one interview now, so, and it's in here. That in itself should be enough to call prosecutorial misconduct, but yeah, we'll see about that. 1 minute. Trying to remember where this came into play. I guess it was the last part here. Well, and of course the missing data. Let's not forget that.
Well, I just think this whole thing with Cyree, he's speaking out of his scope of expertise, and I ain't gonna believe a fucking word of it, because again, it's not your area of expertise.
In that aspect, you're right.
You were not hired as a police officer. You were not hired as the FBI. You were hired as a cell phone tower guy. Stick to that.
And he's talking about, there it is, the impossible coverage areas represented. That's another point. Come on, Dago, find the finality of this here. I know it's in here because I've read through it, and I think it was at the very bottom. 1 minute. The search warrant affidavit issues. There's that. He's calling out all this stuff. There's this route that he was talking about this morning.
That's Payne's map. Yeah, that's Payne's map.
Right. So he was saying this is not right at all.
No. But then he comes back and says that he went north towards his apartment, but he didn't.
Right.
How do you hit that? How do you hit that tower by the WSU horticulture place if you're not going south?
That's my thought.
He connected to that tower. How do you connect to that tower if you went north?
Thank you. Welcome, Troy. Me 6. All of you guys, welcome. Everybody that just jumped in. Thank you guys for joining us. Okay, let me restart. I'll just start here. This is important in itself, I think. Mr. Koberger's AT&T records provide significant detail as it relates to his geolocation pattern of life. The state's investigation, you guys probably can't see this. Hold on. There we go. Is completely void of these patterns. We know that the state's investigation is garbage, okay? That's not the issue at this point. And he's called that. We know that, okay? But this still pertains to what I was trying to get to the point of. Oh, shit. Hold on one second, you guys. There's somebody beating on my door for real.
Yep, Bubbles. Yep.
All right, sorry about that.
Dago, G-Bean said, check your Discord.
Okay. 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 Hold on. I gotta catch up with something in the chat here that I wasn't seeing. Sorry about that. Somebody knocked on the idiot that owns my house is trying to rent it out before we move out. We haven't even completely like figured out what house we're buying, and he's already trying to get somebody in here. So sorry about that. That's who was beating on my door. Wasn't the cops. Mitchell, what are we talking about here, bro? I'm trying to follow your chat. once I get through this, Mitchell, I'm going to put a link up. You're welcome to come up here and explain this. It'd be easier to explain it all in one, like, paragraph, if you don't mind. That way we can kind of keep up with this. So, hang on. Okay, so I don't need to read all that part. 1 minute. It is justified to believe critical exculpatory evidence has been concealed by investigators. This would include Mr. Koberger's AT&T timing data and other case report geolocation that would be sought as a standard operating procedure, yet somehow was overlooked. So again, it's exculpatory to him in that aspect. As we know, I must have missed the whole thing. Sorry. But again, he says it in the interview and he says it in here. I must have went way further ahead than I thought. Now I saw, I think it was Twiz said that he's claiming that he was at the house or on the property at a different point in time. But see, that still doesn't make any sense because he said that none of that stuff pertained to this before. That's what I don't understand. You can't change it at this now because Brian has now come forward saying he wants a new, a new trial. There was nothing in here showing ever. There was never anything ever talked about Brian was there at different points and times, different days, whatever, ever. Why is it now? Why is it out here now?
Because he's got to muddy the shit. Just my opinion.
I mean, it doesn't make any sense, you guys. It's not in the report. Nothing about that is ever. It's not in the report. And now, conveniently, now that Brian has signed this document, requesting a new trial, asking for new counsel, all this, now all of a sudden we're saying, because we're talking to a victim's family member, now we're saying, well, there is proof that Brian was on the property or even possibly inside the house. The prosecutor himself said they can't put him in the house. How does this play out? Anybody tell me how this makes any sense at all? Please.
I can't.
Well, I don't mean just you, but I appreciate that point. Okay. So we now know. I'm so fucking frustrated right now. You have no idea. Right. Exactly, Nana. Not even near the house. So, 1 minute, because I know I said I would do this too. Hang on. I'm done with you, him at this point. The credibility is, I gave it to some extreme a bit of a chance for, lack of, maybe he's just protecting himself, this, that. Now you're completely adding things now that were never said before, that were not in your own personal report, putting more into this, and you're doing it with, again, it doesn't look good, bro, because you're doing it along with the family members now. That just doesn't fit for me. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we don't like flip-floppers.
This is just, it's insane. And then, yeah, that there is a video that Paul put out that does show how that's wrong. For those of you that haven't seen that. All right. The link is in pinned if anybody wants to join us. I'm sure there's people that have things to say. So, and I can show that video and review that with you and show you exactly how that makes sense. If you haven't seen it. Hey, do you know what I'm talking about with that tomboy?
Say that again.
The video that Paul put out that shows that is wrong, basically.
Oh, yeah, he did.
So there is that as well.
Yeah, because they totally missed that one section of tower coverage that services Brian's house. And
yep. Let me see here.
Cy put him going north, but he didn't because the only way, because he connected to that tower by the
Josie's on vacation far away.
he
Go ahead.
connected to the tower that is at WSU Horticulture Place. What is it? Busby Tower.
Mm-hmm.
And that is from Slavinsky's report. And Cy totally disregarded that tower ping. That, I mean, he hit off 3 seconds. So you connected to the tower for 3 seconds.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'll show you guys what I'm talking about.
Tower.
Right. Welcome, Jesse. Welcome, Dylan.
See that where the one on the right hand, I have to look at my hands. I'm 56 years old. I gotta fucking look at my hands, see which is left and right. The one on the right hand side, see the one in the center that goes down, it's big and then it goes down long and skinny. Well, that long and skinny part is the piece that Cy Ray missed.
Right.
Twiz has been saying for a long time that he was in Lewiston because that's what Cy told him.
Exactly.
Well, now he's calling all of us liars.
Isn't that where Mowich was found?
Yes. But he was at Wawawe. He wasn't even at Lewiston, so he may have been by a tower that connected to Lewiston, which would make sense. Because isn't that where they said he opened his map app at?
That's my understanding.
It's okay. We're not all liars in here. Okay? We're not all flip-floppers. And I'm going to tell fucking Twiz that right now. If you can't keep your shit straight, don't come around.
Let me play this here. Just this bit here, because this explains everything that I just said. So, in 1 minute. And that Tomboy said too.
Data now that will give us real conclusions. And now I'm going to show what the underhanded state tried to do on the vehicle leaving out, or Koberger leaving out at the 2:47, the extra 7 minutes. I'm going to show what they tried to do and why it was impossible. But then I'm also going to show, because we've got all the data now, I'm going to show where the state's expert was wrong. I'm going to show where Cy Ray and what he said, it contradicts his report, but what he said in that interview is wrong. And I'm also going to show you why Cy Ray does not want to acknowledge the fog lamps on the Elantra, because it proves he's wrong. So it turns out that the state's case was so easy to prove wrong, it's not even funny. But it also turns out that the information that I always thought would disprove the state's case actually disproves Cy Ray's case. And it's blowing my mind here. I know this is going to be difficult to comprehend because I got all this stuff on this screen, but you have to envision this is, almost the same area as this. The difference is we've got 3 different towers here in Pullman. This is all Pullman. And this tower right here is the tower that covers Brian's apartment. Now, this is the drive test data, the CAST data by the FBI showing the coverage area of this tower right here. This is 006. And you can see that this tower covers all this area around Koberger's apartment. It also covers this area right here. And then it covers this area south. And then it covers this area over here. Now, it was always my thought that Koberger went this way and went this way to Wawawe Park, and this would have been how, they would have been able to prove it. Turns out that's not correct. But Cy Ray's contention that Koberger left his apartment, came down, circled back up to his apartment, and then went north into Moscow is a fallacy, and I'll prove it with his own work. But here's the first thing I want to point out. Because over here, this is what the state was trying to do. And they were just trying to keep it really simple. And I don't know why they added the 254 car in the probable cause affidavit, because it actually went against exactly what the state was trying to do. Because we now know through data reports that Koberger was doing something over in this area. His apartment's up here, but he was over in this area from 212 to 225 at least, because his phone reported to this tower from 212.54, 220.48, and 225.14. Now, I don't know what his phone was doing between 225 and 247.49, because this is how the FBI's slide was made to look. But 247.29, Koberger is on this tower right here, and you can see its coverage area. So it's pretty clear what they were going to try to say. They were going to say Koberger was over here, last at 225, and then his phone connects to this tower over here at 247.49, and he's heading in this direction, obviously to the Moscow-Pullman Highway. His phone stops reporting to the network at 247, and then you next see him on camera at Floyd Cannabis Shop. That was going to be the state's case, which is an utter fallacy because they didn't take all the other data into consideration, which this would prove when they didn't take the other data into consideration that, I mean, I don't know how they could say that that was Koberger's car going the wrong way at 244. So they must have known that wasn't his car. But the state's case doesn't really even take into account the 253 car going back the other way. Cy Ray does, though, and that's where Cy Ray is going to find he is inadequate in his own field, and he teaches this crap. But it's important to understand there's 3 towers right here, and the coverage area of those 3 towers is this one covers this area, this one covers this area, and then this one up here, you see it over here, actually covers all this area. And now I can literally prove to a certain extent where Koberger was those additional 7 minutes. And I can absolutely, beyond a shadow of a doubt, prove Cy Ray incorrect that Koberger did not go back up to his apartment during this time period. And it's pretty easy to do because Slavinsky does us a favor and he takes and breaks down in slides.
Again, this is important. Pay real close attention to this, guys.
The exact tower and sector that the Koberger's phone is jumping back and forth from, how much time he is on that sector, and he goes through it from 247.29 all the way up to 254. Now, what I've done is I've taken the towers that Koberger's phone connects on during this time period. The towers that his phone connects on is the one that covered his apartment right here. The other tower that we were just looking at on the east side of Pullman right here. There is another tower, though, that his phone connects to during this time period that's actually down here in Johnson. It has a big, broad coverage area. And because this tower is so far south, it tells us the truth about this matter. So what I've done is I've color-coded things by tower color. Red, orange. It's actually just red, orange, and green. I don't know why I put the Busby Tower in here for this one. That's for the next coming back. But it's red, orange, and green. Koberger's phone actually bounces back and forth between red, orange, and green towers. This one, finally this one. And then it goes back to this one. And that's where Cy Ray gets these going back to his apartment. I'll show you why that's not even possible. So what Slavinsky does, and I just copied and pasted it, was he put the exact amount of time on tower he was for each one of these towers that Koberger's phone kept handing off to and transferring to. And he doesn't spend any significant amount on any of these towers until you get down here to the one that he spends 263 seconds on. But it's the way that the towers hand off that show you the path of travel. And then I'm going to show you where Cy Ray gets this case wrong and where Cy Ray should have got this case right if he would have just looked at the fog lamps. So what happens is first the phone starts bouncing between the tower that covers Koberger's residence, 006, and the tower that's on the west part of Pullman, 199. And it bounces back and forth. It goes from tower to tower, back to tower, back to tower, back to tower. And that tells us we know the direction that that Koberger was going or Koberger's phone was traveling, mainly because it finally jumps over to this 286 tower, which could only happen if he's south. So here's the way it looks. And what I've done is I've taken the tower that covers Brian's apartment with all this coverage area, and I've taken this part of the coverage area right here, and I've just superimposed it over here to the best of my ability to make the same coverage area work so that we can see it in one flow. So it starts off with the phone is connected to the tower, this tower right here that covers this area. So it's in this shaded area here, but then it hands off to the tower that covers Koberger's apartment, which is the tower that covers all this area. Well, you'll clearly see that it has to be handing off in this coverage area, because if it was handing off in the other coverage area, it would not It wouldn't work because it wouldn't meet this coverage area. So it's just simply going down and it's handing off to this coverage area. Then it hands back off to the main coverage area here. And then he passes back through this coverage area. And then again, it hands back off to the tower that covers this area. And we know he's heading in this direction because once again, the next tower it jumps to is the green tower, which only covers south of town. Here's the green tower in its coverage area, and it's down here south of, it's down here in Johnson. So when the phone goes to the green tower, it has to be south of all that coverage area, which tells you that the phone was traveling in this direction, and it only connects to the green tower for 3 seconds. And then it connects back to the tower that has coverage to Kohberger's residence. Now, here's where Cy Ray gets this thing wrong, because okay, so you can see it connects at 250 and 22 seconds. Then you add the other 263 seconds, and that's where it goes off the coverage area at 254. But here's where he gets it wrong, because it's on this tower for 12 seconds, and then it only connects to the green tower down there in Johnson for 3 seconds, and then it goes back to the tower that provides coverage to Kohberger's residence. So here's what Cy Ray thought happened. As you come down and you get right here, you're connected to the tower that provides coverage to this area, and then it jumps to the green tower that's out the town coverage for 3 seconds, and then it jumps back to the tower that provides coverage to Kohberger's residence. So if I look at it on this map over here, and you're picturing these coming down, here's what Cy Ray thought happened, because this is how this jump science works. As he gets to the edge of the coverage area, which would be right here, Cy thinks that the phone jumped over, even though it's only connected for 3 seconds, to the tower in Johnson that covers this area. He thinks it jumps over here for 3 seconds, and then Kohberger's phone traveled back up to this area that provides coverage to his residence, and then goes through this area, shuts his phone off, and then heads north over into Moscow. And the reason that he believes that is because you heard him say in the interview that the 254 car was actually heading in the other direction. Or the 252 car was actually heading in the other direction. He said, I don't care about fog lights right now. That car, if they'd looked at the camera right, it was heading in the other direction. So he thinks that the tower coverage, when it handed off to the tower south of Johnson, it handed off and put him right there at Stadium Way and Nevada Street going in the opposite direction. And then his phone connects to the tower that provides coverage to Kohberger's residence. That's what Cy Ray believes. That's why he believes he went north and over into Moscow. Except for this. When you look at the coverage area, the tower that provides coverage to Kohberger's residence, you see it has this southward coverage area that I've represented on the map over here. And if the phone is traveling south like it has to be to follow this progression, then the phone could have jumped to the Johnson Tower for 3 seconds and then back over into the coverage area right here. And then Kohberger for 263 seconds just headed south until he reached the end of that coverage area. And the only thing that would prove that this is what happened versus Cy Ray's interpretation of events is Cy Ray is coinciding the car at Stadium Way and Nevada Street at 252 with his assertion of the transfers. Once you realize, Cy, that car had fog lamps and that can't be Brian Kohberger's car, then you realize that your little interpretation of things just went out the window. And if that's not Kohberger's car, which we know it's not, then that means the likely path of travel would have been skipping over to the South Johnson Tower for 3 seconds, back to the coverage area. And then this is the 263 seconds. And Kohberger was heading south to Wawaway Park, not north, the way that you said. And it's proven by the fog lamps, Cy. That's why you don't want to acknowledge them, because I think you know that. And here's what Cy Ray fails to recognize. The fact that he's basing his interpretation on this car being Brian Kohberger's when it has fog lamps, which proves his interpretation is incorrect. And the car at that point would have had to gone south because he didn't go through any of these cameras that he would have had to gone through to prove Cy Ray's point. So Cy Ray lost there on his own analysis.
Bingo. 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 Fucking bingo.
At this point, if you are going to sit there and tell everybody that Cy Ray is this amazing, awesome genius and should never be questioned, you're a moron. You are an utter moron.
And I believe that Cy. I still believe that Cy is good at what he does, but something happened. Okay,
He's lying.
This is my opinion now, because here's my point, you guys, and this is why I'm so fucking pissed. Welcome, Moto, by the way. Sorry, buddy. We just watched the fucking interview with Custody Queens. We read the report, everything. Now, conveniently, since Brian has come forward making a statement that he wants to retract his plea, he wants new counsel, he wants a trial. Okay. Now conveniently, poof. Now we have all this extra information that never fucking existed before today. And it's completely contradictory to what he said before. It doesn't work that way. You don't get it both fucking ways, bro. I'm sorry, but you don't. It doesn't work this way. It's too fucking convenient. And I don't believe you. And you have lost. Not that I matter, and I don't care. I don't care. I'm nobody to you. It doesn't matter to me. You have lost every ounce of fucking credibility that I ever had for you at this fucking point. Go fuck off. I'm done.
I mean, in the interview that he did with Lee Goncalves' family, and that's a whole different professional issue in among itself, especially given the timing of the post-conviction relief. He says if they would have dug deeper, they would have seen that he was at the house. Why didn't they dig deeper? And I mean, if you see the gold shining through the ground, you're not going to stop digging.
I have an answer to your question. Why didn't they dig deeper?
Fucking program that these people ran. They can't put him there, but all of a sudden you can.
Thank you. What were you saying, Jesse?
Sorry, Jesse.
I'm not smart enough to interpret cell data and towers and maps and pings. I'm just some guy that drinks wine and likes talking shit, but I'm not stupid either. And I notice things, so I don't even want to get into the validity of Sai's claims. The fact that Sai's speaking the way he's speaking, I'm well aware, is wildly inappropriate. He was a expert witness for the defense. Expert witnesses are prohibited from weighing in on guilt or innocence based on federal rules of evidence 704. Anybody can go and Google that. And now you can say, well, but the case is concluded, or, you can make an awful lot of excuses why that doesn't apply, but that's semantics. It's not appropriate. If it's actually prohibited and there, whether or not it's legal for him.
He has not been released from his NDA. Because
so where the fuck is Ann? Where's Ann at now, calling him out for everything he said today?
Ann Taylor, Eliza Massoff, and Mika Barlow are still attorneys of record. So he's still under
it's just inappropriate for him to be weighing in on innocence and guilt. And let's give Cy Ray the benefit of the doubt. Let's say he can put his car there. What did he say? Twiz is saying that he can put his car there not on the night of the crime, but on previous days. Well, what the fuck does that prove anyways? I mean, so what? Maybe he was buying drugs in the neighborhood. Maybe he was buying drugs right from the house. And is that why they're covering it? And I'm not saying this is what I believe. I'm just speaking in hypotheticals, trying to put in perspective what he's actually, because what he's saying, and then for him to interpret that as evidence of guilt, it's quite the leap, because there's a lot of ways you could interpret him being in the neighborhood or at the house.
Excuse me.
I mean, if being at the house makes you guilty, I can think of a whole bunch of people that we know that were at the house. We can't even, we're not even, this isn't hypothetical. We know there was people at the house that look pretty suspicious to me. So if being at the house makes you guilty, I'll lean towards some of those other people.
100%.
And I don't know if you saw this, Dago, but they did order they are appointing Goldberger a new attorney.
So, he was also granted a hearing. What?
Just an attorney, not a hearing, an attorney.
Somebody just said they just rechecked it and said that he got his he's getting his hearing.
They appointed an attorney for him.
Yeah, I know that.
That's all that, at least that's all that I have from Sarah D. Irish's
Rogue just said, I just saw the new document list. He's getting his hearing.
So I don't know.
Said,
If that
well, they appointed an attorney for him. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, it hasn't been denied, and I mean, we theorized it yesterday on what all was going to happen, and so like I said yesterday, I think Hitler's going to take this on so he can cover his own ass.
I don't know if you guys noticed, but there was a bomb dropped on the internet yesterday. And I don't mean, I'm not going to sidetrack us or distract us from the topic at hand, but just to put into perspective Cy Ray as an expert witness coming out here and how much credibility we should give him as an expert witness, let alone that anybody who watched the Karen Reed case saw that basically every high profile case, you get expert witnesses on both sides that are going to testify to opposite sides of the story. Basically, in my mind, in my experience, from what I see, expert witness is pretty much code for liar. They're paid liars. They're paid to come in and twist the facts to represent whatever best suits whoever's paying the bills that day, in my opinion. But if you are looking for a high profile example of people lying about the evidence in a court case, the bomb that was, if you've been on Twitter today, if you've opened up your social media, I'm sure you've seen a bunch of video footage dropped in the Charlie Kirk case. And all these high profile influencers had all said they had described this video that they saw in court, and they completely misrepresented what they saw. And now the video has dropped on the internet, and we can all see for ourselves. And then you can go back and listen to how they described it and say they are all fucking liars. And Cy Ray, I believe, just fits into that category. And the fact that he's on News Nation, the fact that Steve G is all buddy with him, I can guarantee you that they're going to be high-fiving at the next Crime Con. Steve G is going to be praising him and saying this Cy Ray methods and software is the best. It helped my family, and I recommend it to all law enforcement. You know, this appears to be what's going on.
I mean, I can't disagree. I can't disagree. Honestly. I'm just floored. Like I truly I don't even know. I've never seen shit like this in my life ever. It blows my mind. Were you saying?
I'll be back shortly. I gotta
Okay.
I gotta go play chauffeur.
That's fine. Dylan, did you have something you were saying?
I'm gonna send you the actual order in the Discord DM.
How come we haven't brought up Nick Makovich yet?
Who?
Well, Lana's show last night, she said that somebody called in a tip, somebody by the name of Nick Makovich.
Yeah. And I think they were talking about Nick Mowich.
Well, that's a bombshell if they're talking about Nick Mowich calling in a tip to this case. And I do have a theory on that. I mean, somebody needs to confirm whether there is even I tried to ask AI about anybody in any public records for somebody in Idaho by the name of Nick Makovich, and the only thing it would tell me is there's
two different people.
Nick. Oh, is it? There is two different people?
That's what I didn't see that part of it, so my apologies. Yeah, they're saying it's two different people out here. So
I mean, that's an amazing coincidence, don't you think?
I mean, yeah, really, truly. Huh. And where did this tip get called in from?
Apparently, the guy lived at 106 King Road, or like right in the neighborhood.
Huh.
And he called in a report about a loud engine late that night.
You mean the SUV that we saw pulling down the road at 428?
Yeah, that one.
Mm-hmm.
But how everybody that's saying they confirmed it's two different, how do you go about confirming it's two different people?
I'm guessing just based on the fact that the name was different.
Well, I know, but
Macklewitch and then Mowitch. Yeah, I get it. I guess I just thought that meant that it was Mowitch because they have Nick Mowitch, Nick Macklewitch. They're so close. You know what I mean? That's what I thought. And we can't find the name though, is what they're saying. So that's something else we're going to be looking into. Does anybody know how the last name was spelled?
We can't just say it's not the same guy because the name's
Right.
wrong. I mean, they obviously they would want to hide this. And to me, if you can't find somebody in a census data or home ownership or through the DMV with that name Macklewitch, like I said, I ran a search for public records, and I know that I'm using a basic AI program, but I searched for Macklewitch and it comes up with no, but there's a Nick Mowitch, and they start talking about the Idaho 4 case. And the theory that I was going to present is, okay, why would Nick Mowitch, if he was involved in the crime, be phoning in a tip? And my theory on that is, if he could offer them information on one of the perpetrators, we all know what happened to Nick Mowitch, right? He was dying of injuries, sepsis. He needed medical attention, and he couldn't go seek medical attention because by seeking medical attention, he would out himself as a participant in the crime.
Right.
So he staged a car accident that would give him a reason to seek medical attention, or at least there's a lot of evidence that points to those being the facts. So if he's actually phoning in a tip, trying to prompt an arrest, if he could get an arrest made in the case, maybe he felt the coast would be clear for him to then go seek medical attention if they've already got somebody in custody.
Good call. Good call. Yeah, I missed that part. That's what I get for not watching one Atlanta shows. I got pieces of a show last night, but I missed that. So
I've been in scramble mode trying to catch up with everybody. But I'm gonna have plenty of time to catch up here over the next couple days.
Did you take that job?
Oh yeah.
Good for you. Good for you. What if I can ask real quick while I'm loading this up, what are you gonna be doing now?
Machine operator.
Oh, yeah, that's definitely a lot easier.
Yeah. I had places cramping I didn't know could cramp.
It happens. It happens. All right, guys. So here is the actual document itself. The order appointing counsel, filed July 29th, 2026. That is today. Signed by the deputy registrar, I guess. Trent Kipple's Triple is the clerk, and it's signed by the deputy there. Before the court is petitioner's motion for appointment of counsel in connection with his petition for post-conviction relief. Petitioner's motion for appointment of counsel is granted pursuant to Idaho Code 19-4904. Public defender shall appoint counsel to represent petitioner in all post-conviction proceedings under case number, for those of you that want it, CB01-26-15094. It is so ordered this day of July. Signed Mr. Stephen Hippler himself.
I thought you were going to go with the other Freudian slip.
Oh, no, they did that enough. So here we go. Okay. I think that this means, like we said yesterday, I think that Hippler is going to approve every bit of this to keep full control of this. Okay. Every bit of this. He's going to allow for this too, because I think in all the way, I do doubt. I have a lot of doubt about the fact that there's going to be a trial. I really do. And if there is a trial, I want to see how the fuck Latah County Prosecutor's Office is going to present a trial at this point. I want to see this. They don't have anything. Nothing. And Bill Thompson is already basically bit off his own nose when he made the statement that we couldn't put Brian in the house. How are you going to come back from that? Explain that to me.
I mean, if I'm the defense and we get this new trial, I just play that and say, Your Honor, I rest my case. You cannot put my client in the house, therefore he cannot be the murderer.
I have to agree. Any other thoughts there, Jesse? Tomboy?
I always have thoughts. I was a little bit distracted though. I was reading the chat trying to find out if anybody actually had concrete information that a Nick Macklewich exists, and we've got two guys named Nick with almost the exact last name that are so closely connected to this case. That seems.
Somebody said they have a Markovic. Is that how it was pronounced? Markovich. Senior Wazowski found Nick Markovich.
Before it gets too lost in the comments, I do want to answer Class and Crime's question of was this the plan all along? And I'm going to say no, it wasn't. I don't think I do not think this was the plan. I think Ann Taylor was just going to try to keep a lid on it, let everything pass, and then sneak out the back door. I don't think this was in any part of Ann Taylor's plan. I do not trust. I've never trusted her. I do not.
I agree, Dylan.
Yeah.
It's starting to look that way. I hate to say it.
And I think one of the reasons why I agree with Dylan and I disagree with Pav is somebody and maybe I'm wrong. Maybe somebody smarter than me can explain this to me. But I just fail to see the benefit to Brian of this plan. Like if you compare this plan to it, first of all, it's a very elaborate plan and theory that this is all planned.
Very, very low.
But what's the benefit if you compare it to just going to trial? Just saying, okay, well, we're not ready. We're protesting. We're gonna set the grounds for appeal because you've been forced into trial and you haven't been given enough time to go over the evidence. As far as I know, that's going to give you grounds for an appeal, whether you win or lose. You still, and when we look at all this evidence that we're uncovering now, the stuff that we're finding out that's blowing our minds and making us feel more confident that Brian wasn't involved, is any of this stuff actually new? I mean, it's new to us, but aren't we presuming that Ann knew all this shit from the beginning, or should have?
I mean, according to Dr. Turvey, Ann was fully aware of the clump of hair in Ethan's hand. He pretty much went all the way short of making a neon sign saying, "Hey, test this."
Right, and she tried to have extra testing done on it, and Hippler denied her. It was a conditional denial. Basically, he said, if you can get the FBI to come on stand and say what they found, then yeah, we'll allow you to use it and retest it.
Right.
But, and Hippler knew that there was no way the FBI was going to get up on that stand.
It just seems that the fact that he pled guilty is giving so much ammunition to the media, the court of public opinion. They're going to always fall back on he pled guilty. If he just proceeded with trial, even if he lost, he's going to get a chance to appeal. It's going to get you the time that they've gained from this. I think they've lost more than they've gained, because unless I'm wrong, would there not be, does anybody out there believe that they would have never gotten an appeal?
I mean,
I don't know.
As far as
what got an appeal? What do you mean?
Well, I mean, the Pav's theory that this is all 3D chess and this was all part of the plan. I presume that the plan is to do this to get time, right? To get time to file for post-conviction relief and go to trial again. If you just
to get some of the documents released and stuff like that. I think it was they wanted the public to see what a sham this was. Maybe, I don't know.
But the public has now heard that he pled guilty. I just think he'd be in better position to appeal a guilty verdict without having that guilty plea over his head, and that would buy the time to get access to the documents and get your ducks in a row. And I mean, we're hearing from Cy Ray and we're hearing from others that this could never go to trial because the case wasn't strong enough. Bill Thompson had no case. It could never go to trial. Too many mistakes were made, and once those mistakes were uncovered, it would be a shitstorm in Bill Thompson's face. That's basically what Cy Ray is saying. So if he would have went to trial, the death penalty would have been on the table. And you heard them say several times they were going to fast track him to the shooting range. And I believe they would have done that. I believe Steve G and all that stuff would have made sure that he was fast tracked to the firing squad. In the history of the United States, has anybody actually been executed within a year of being found guilty? Like, isn't the average time like 39 years or something?
The quickest was, I believe, 14 months. I think was the quickest, but that person waived every appeal they could.
Timothy
McVeigh comes to mind.
The only place I've ever seen it fast tracked was in Texas. That's the only place I've ever seen it happen. And I can't remember the name of the case, but they don't play in Texas. We know that. And it was like bing, bang, boom. And it was done. But I never believed it would happen. I think he'd have been there for, look at the guy that I'm waiting on. 40 years.
Look, in the history of any state, where have you found it that, where have you heard that people didn't have access to any of the stuff that Steve G and Olivia had passed in the Idaho Senate?
Agreed, but
the public doesn't have access to any records.
Let me say this, though. They could have said it to him to scare him again, as he stated.
And that's what
I think.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, not that it actually would have happened, but them saying to him, "Don't worry, buddy. You're going to be up there in a month, and you'll be dead." And that's what I'm saying. I don't put that past him.
But Anne, as his lawyer, her position should be to talk some sense into him and say, "Listen, you're going to get a chance to appeal this. We're going to get time. We the evidence is on our side, and if you plead guilty, they're going to hold that over your head, and it's going to be very difficult."
In Brian's defense, with his autism and his OCD, it doesn't work like that. You get that thought in your head, that's all you focus on.
Well, not mentioning the fact that he told us in his own statement that they told him they visited death row. They put the fear of God into him of what it would be like to live on death row. I believe that they could have fucking told him, "Hey, you got a year, buddy, and you're done." You know what I'm saying? I don't doubt that. I'm not saying it would have happened, you guys, because I don't believe it. No, like I said, Danny Lee Hill, the guy that I've been waiting on since I was a kid, 40 years. 40 years. And he's still sitting there. This was supposed to be the year. And I promise you they'll find a way to delay it again. So,
yeah, Robin Rowe is on death row in the state of Idaho. She's been on death row since 1993.
Right. This guy's been on death row since 1984. And he's still there. And like I said, so I don't believe that it would have happened. But in his mind, like you brought up, with the spectrum and things like that, when your mind focuses, my son is a perfect example. A lot of people that are on the spectrum, they get one thought in their mind and they will focus on it and obsess over it. End of story. That very likely could be exactly what happened with this. After they told him, "We visited death row, Brian, and that 8x8 cell is horror, and you're going to go through this, and that," as he said they did. And then maybe somebody did throw in there that, Jesse, and "Hey, this is going to be fast tracked and you'll be dead within a year." That would scare anybody. So again,
I think Ron is sort of I'd like to ask Ron the direct question, but I think Ron has kind of suggested that he doesn't see the advantage either. Like what is the advantage of if this is the long game, you're still better off just going to trial and losing and appealing and then never giving them that you said you pled guilty. And I firmly believe that. I really don't think this is 3D chess. I think that theory is a little bit too elaborate. But like I said to Eddie last night, if one of these if one of these three attorneys falls on the sword in what appears to be a willing fashion, that will be an indication that you guys are right, but I disagree.
My gut still tells me that Josh Hurwitz has something to do with this,
I can agree.
because it wasn't very long after Hurwitz came on the case that they had that massive bust that, you know, the three amigos were part of, and the Jesse James Bailey and his wife and his crew were part of.
Don't never make me believe that Hurwitz was brought on board to deal with Brian's psychological evaluation shit. No.
No,
Ever,
I don't.
never.
I never believed that.
No way in hell. There's no way. He was brought on for a different reason, and I think we're on point with that. Okay, I think we know why he was there, and here we sit. I'm just saying. You know, I'm gonna take the man's words for it. Whether Brian, his words alone, I'm gonna take. Okay, not his attorney, not anybody else, but Brian. His words that he wrote by his own hand. I will take his words, and I do believed that he was. Like there were threats made. We knew that he was threatened and scared and forced into this, and that's where we are with it. So,
I mean, throughout this
And
entire case,
autism-
one person has been completely honest throughout the entire way through, and that's Brian.
Well, if you believe all that, yeah. I mean, he's the only one that.
His autism. I find it hard that they didn't promise him something if he just said yes, because they just don't lie. They're just, I don't know.
They don't lie. You're right. The dude told the truth about not wearing his damn seatbelt, for fuck's sakes. Okay?
Yeah.
That's just his personality.
Now, I did look up the quickest death penalty from sentencing to execution in the modern era, which is post 1976, would be in Utah. Gary Gilmore. It was 102 days. Who fired any attorney who tried to delay it, and then in Texas,
I've heard that.
It was Joe Gonzalez.
That's the one I was talking about.
It was about 252 days, waived all appeals.
But when you say waived all appeals, that's kind of irrelevant, right? Like, if your plan is to appeal, you're not going to waive all appeals.
No, he wanted to die. Joe Gonzalez did.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. So we can't use that as a comparison. If we're trying to tell Brian, this is what the plan is to go to trial and appeal, and this is how much time you're going to have. And when people are saying they're going to expedite it, they're going to do it, to use these examples as examples of historically, it sounds like we don't have any comparable cases where somebody wanted to appeal and was killed before they could.
No, because they can't. It's unconstitutional. You have a right to an appeal. So they can't put you before a firing squad before you get that chance.
Now, the average in the modern era is 18 to 25 years.
It's plenty of a time for appeal.
That makes more sense than anything.
Dylan, how long did it take from the time Timothy McVeigh was convicted till he was put to death? But that's federal prison.
Yeah, that'd be a little
It still took a while, I think.
Not as long as you think.
Hold on, I'm checking right now.
Okay, so am I.
3 years, 9 months, 28 days.
There you go.
From the time he was convicted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is still a very short period of time. Very short.
Yeah. But he waived all his too, so.
Yeah, he died June 11th of 01 and was convicted on 97. In 97, I'm sorry.
But yeah, I mean, with in my neck of the woods, we're all waiting on a guy by the name of James Worley to be put down.
Wait,
I don't
who?
know. His name's James Worley.
Worley. Oh, yeah, I know that name.
Yeah.
I don't know what he did. I don't remember, but I know because when I look up the list to see if Danny Lee Hill, what his timeline is, that name's on that list because it's Ohio. So
Yeah, he killed a girl by the name of Sierra Joggin, and that was actually everything went down about 2 miles away from my grandparents' house.
I think if the Timothy McVeigh case happened during the era of the internet and true crime, we would have been talking about that case almost as much as we talk about the Idaho 4.
for sure.
A lot of people believe Timothy McVeigh was an FBI agent.
Oh, yeah, they did.
Yeah, they.
You know, he was interviewed outside the compound at Waco, Texas, during the Waco standoff. Just before that.
Yeah, I remember all that crazy. That was crazy too. Very much so. That's the girl you're talking about, Dylan.
Yep. She was riding her bike from her boyfriend's house back to her house. She never came home. Filed a missing persons. They found they found her bike in a cornfield along with some other stuff, and it eventually led
And
to
his helmet. Didn't they find his helmet?
No, they found his sunglasses. I think they found his I think they found like a helmet bag or something like that.
I could.
Yeah,
I didn't know the details. I just knew the name.
Yeah, it literally took place about 2 miles away from where I was living.
Yeah, we have a lot. Okay, we do. We have a lot that are sitting on death row here, and just in this state alone. I'm trying to see where.
Well, I was saddened by the fact that they took the death penalty off Lori Daybell's case because I wanted Robin Rowe to have a friend.
I guess that could make sense. There he is, right there. This is the one I'm waiting on, Danny Lee Hill. Right there. And he was scheduled finally because he exhausted everything. He tried to pull the fact, then used that he was mentally handicapped, so on and so forth, all of that for years. And it was supposed to finally happen this year.
Robin Rowe has said that she has brain injury from when she was a child and got dropped. No, your craziness didn't come from you getting dropped on your head. You just fucking crazy.
That could be the fact, yeah. So, I don't know, you guys. I was so aggravated today. So aggravated to hear him say everything he said after everything he's put in his report, after everything he said in his interview. And it was just so convenient to me that he's sitting up there with Steve and Olivia. And it just felt to me like you're going to say what you believe that person sitting next to you wants you to say. That's exactly how I took that.
I think it's pretty clear that he's got a future with the G's at CrimeCon. You can see the partnership just blooming there.
Well, it looks like another giant infomercial, Jesse. Here we go again.
Yeah. I mean,
Same
him
with
and
Hawthorne and everything that's happened.
Him and Olivia and Christy, I think they're going to get along famously, all high-fiving and all,
with their new foundation, what are the odds are that you think that Cy may have a part in that now?
social climbers. They're all social climbers. They're all, yeah, it's disgusting. It's really disgusting.
Yeah, I would have. Let's follow the Murder Has a Name Foundation and watch and see if Cy Ray's name does not appear as part of that in the recent future. I'm just saying. This is my opinion based on what I saw today.
Him and his fucking chicken pox.
Huh? Chicken pox.
What?
What did you
Steve?
say?
What was the rash Steve G had?
Oh, the was it pot? Not pots. I know what you mean. Sorry,
What
JC.
was
I
the
could.
what?
Shingles? Was it shingles?
Yeah, shingles, adult chicken
Yeah,
pox, whatever that is. Yeah.
What? Yeah, what it was called something else though, but yeah, it's the same.
Ramsey
It's the same
Hunt.
virus that causes Ramsey Hunt.
That's
It's the
it.
same
Yeah.
virus that causes chicken pox and shingles and all that. Yeah.
Sorry, JC. I tried to pull you up earlier, and it just kept saying your stuff was not connected. So
Oh, really?
yeah, it
That's
does that
okay.
from time to
That's
time.
Yeah,
I
I
saw
was.
Twiz was back there for a little while as well.
That would invoke a giant disagreement and argument, and I'm not down for drama today. So
Yeah, drama sucks. Eddie and I
Yeah.
did well disagreeing yesterday, although I think we still disagree. But oh well.
I can't do drama, guys. I'm not gonna do it. It's a thing. So I just don't want to deal with it. No, I'm very disappointed. I really did. I'll be honest to God, 100%. I believed in Cy that he was the best at what he did. And he still may be. My problem with him now is his credibility. The credibility that he was calling out with Dr. Turvey, that he called out with Latah County themselves. You're no better, in my opinion, if you're going to do something like this. If you're going to change your story to fit your situation, because that's how I see it. And it just looks that way clearly to me. He changed his story to fit what was going to cover his ass. That's how I see it. And I'm sorry if people disagree with me, but what other way can we look at that?
I want to
don't
hear more
know.
from Turvey. I think Turvey should go on News Nation, or somebody should actually contact Turvey. Dago, you should contact him. You should
I'll reach out to him.
contact Chris, or send Chris an email and say, is there any way that Brent would come on and talk to us?
It might be an idea, but I want to hear from Dr. Slavinsky, or Slavinsky. I think I want to hear from him, and I want to hear what his thoughts are. Not that he would talk to me, but what do you think about what Cy just did? You know what I mean? What is his take on that?
I think every lawyer that is professional in any way is going to say the same thing, that it's not appropriate to comment on guilt or innocence in a public setting in mainstream media. And I've asked several lawyers this question, and the reason that they won't answer me is because I'm also aware it's not appropriate to admonish other lawyers, right? So if I'm going to go and ask Andrew Myers, is what Cy Ray doing appropriate? He doesn't want to put himself out. I just use him an example. I'm not criticizing Andrew by any stretch of the imagination, but what I'm asking him to do is admonish another person in the same profession. It's not a great idea for lawyers to do that to each other, and I think they all want to avoid that. And I understand that, and it's the same reason why I don't understand why Cy's doing what he's doing, because it's just so unprofessional. I think Ron has certainly alluded to he feels the same way.
Good point.
Dago.
Jason.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Once again, does this just leave you with more questions than answers?
Not as many as normal. I think I have answers to certain things that I had questions about before, but I do have other questions that haven't been answered yet. But I don't have
Right.
new. Well,
I have new questions.
I guess my new questions don't pertain to the case per se, but it pertains to the experts that were involved in the case now. Those were my questions lie now, I think.
Well, my questions now is like when I first, that first day, when I said, what does this mean for the defense? And what does this mean for, Brian? But now I guess like I said in chat, like I'm hearing, oh my gosh, like I've heard this more than I can even imagine. Is oh my gosh, what about the families? What about the families? And I'm sorry, I hate to be this way, but my question is, what about Brian?
What about
Like,
his family too?
what about him? What about him? Isn't he a human too? I mean,
Especially if he's not been proven to be guilty. Yes, ma'am.
and
He is a
like,
human
what
being.
about Brian? Like, where does his rights come in as a human? Where does his, is it dignity? I don't know. Like,
Well, because it's not even that, JC. People, and we've all been guilty of it as well. Okay, and I'm not denying it. People look at people that. Okay, let me bring up a name real quick that just makes me want to vomit every time I say his name. But let's talk. Let me bring up Stephen Stearns. We know
oh
who
my Lord.
Stephen Stearns. Okay, you see your reaction immediately. Stephen Stearns is a monster. Okay,
But Dago, there's a reason for that. It's because there's proof. 100%
that's what my
proof.
point was going to be. Yes, ma'am. Right there.
Okay.
That is because Stephen has been labeled a monster because it's known and it's been proven that he's a monster. The difference here is nobody has proven that Brian is this person. Nobody
But
has.
they think that he has, because they say, "Oh, the DNA. Oh, his phone turned off and back on at this time and this time. Oh, he was seen here. Oh, he was seen there." However, why are you disregarding the fact that Bill Thompson sat there and said, "I cannot put him in the house"?
Well, Cy said the same damn thing.
I said the same thing. I don't understand it.
And then he turns around and says, "Well, he may have been, and he was on the no. You don't get to change your mind now because somebody else changed their mind, because that's exactly what he's done."
Mm-hmm.
I want to know who got to him, because that's exactly what this looks like at this point now. Who got to you, Cy? Who had a conversation with you at one point and said, "You started this shit. You need to fix this"? Because that's what it looks like to me.
Mm-hmm. I just feel like I'm such a black sheep in my like circle of people, because
Thank you, Verity.
there's not a person in, except for you guys obviously, but there's not a person in my real life circle that believes that this guy is innocent.
I get it. I know a lot of people around me that feel the same way.
It is so rough.
They don't want to. Here's the thing. There's so many people, and I got to say, I'm proud of my mother, because my mother looks at, maybe that's where I got it from. She looks at all options and all angles and keeps her mind open. But my sister, she thinks that Brian might be guilty. My wife never did. And I have friends that think that he could be guilty. But again, people do not like to buck the system. Okay, remember that.
Right.
They don't
Oh
like.
yeah.
They don't like to
I
challenge
know
it.
that.
So that's where the problem lies in a lot of this, I believe. Law enforcement says this is what happened. That is what we are to believe.
Oh, crap, I can't hear you.
Thank you so much, Verity. I tried to say that. I thought I did. Did somebody jump off or fall off? Yeah, Tomboy did. Okay.
Tomboy.
That's just what I see from this at this point. It pissed me off to no end. I was in the midst of trying to watch the joke of the Netflix special, which is another. It's a carbon copy of everything else we've seen. And somebody messaged me and said, "You got to watch this." So I did. It was a joke. It was a complete joke. And if he would have maybe not spoke on anything before that, it may have been more believable, but he did, and so it's not. Give me 1 second, you guys.
You know what bothers me is when people talk about sympathy for the families. they're talking about the G's. Sometimes they're talking about the Chapins, but they're never talking about Kara Kernodle or Ben Mogan or Xana's father, who these people really show us that they're traumatized by this event. They behave the way that you'd expect somebody who's mourning to behave. They're not out there seeking fame and fortune over this. They're behaving, in typical fashion of a good, honest person. And the G's are out there with their bling bling, and they're asking for money. They're flashing money. They're going to Crime Con. The Chapins are going to Crime Con. They're teaming up with the Othram Labs, and to me that's just disgusting. Like, I can't even imagine that. And when we talk about sympathy for the families, if you want to be sympathetic to the families, be sympathetic to the families that actually deserve it. And in my opinion, that does not include the Chapins or the G's.
I'm sympathetic to the families who want the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
And
So help them
I
God.
don't know who that is. Oh my gosh, I cannot hear you guys again.
Who was it? John Podesta that said, "Never let a good tragedy go to waste." And it seems like the G's and the Chapins have taken that to heart.
Yeah, it's never let a crisis go to waste.
Yeah. Wasn't it a good crisis or a good?
Yeah, I never let a good crisis go to waste. I remember hearing that. Yeah. Can you hear us, JC?
I've heard that term in other realms, and that'll be something for off true crime channels.
No comment. I don't know. This is beyond frustrating, and it's like I said, it's very convenient that all this has come to the table. None of this was in his report. None of this was ever talked about. And Brian goes to retract his plea deal, and to go for a trial. And now it's come on. It's insane to me. I'm sorry. I just don't believe it. I don't at all. Don't believe it at all. And I do definitely have that information we talked about at the beginning of the show about the car is definitely interesting to me. And I'm going to be looking into that for sure. Trying to figure out who these names are. And
Senior
so on and so
Wazowski's
forth.
coming up with the goods. It's falsely attributed to Podesta. It's actually Rahm Emanuel, but originally it's Winston Churchill in World War II, and the exact words are "Never let a good crisis go to waste." Winston Churchill. So the origins start from Churchill in World War II.
Good job there, Senor. Much appreciated, sir.
Which I have an interesting one for the Conspiracy Cafe one of these weeks with General Patton.
I have another quote that's very applicable here. Those who do not know their history are doomed to repeat it. So when we talk about history here on this channel, that's exactly why. Those who do not know their history are doomed to repeat it.
I've heard that one before. A lot, actually. Quite interesting, Mr. Jesse.
I've only got one bottle tonight, guys, so I'm not going to be quite as entertaining as I was last night. I can't believe I think I was on for like 3 hours last night or something, or maybe even longer. I think I don't remember the last hour. Hopefully I kept my clothes on.
You did. You were actually pretty level last night. I was surprised. Considering the third bottle, you kept it straight and square, that's for sure.
Probably get even more squirrely if I'm drinking coffee instead of wine.
That's what gets me rolling sometimes. I get whacked, like seriously riled up because of my coffee intake sometimes.
I can't drink coffee. I just never like the taste.
What?
Hate the taste.
How old are you?
I'm 30.
I don't think I really.
It's either Red Bull or Monster.
Neither one of those are. They
That's
taste
fucking terrible for you,
They're
dude.
fucking horrible. Yes.
I like the OGs of both, and then for Monster, I like the white and the orange.
Neither one of them. I can't handle that sweet. That smell makes me sick. That sweet tart smell. Mm-mm.
Oh,
Have you ever had a Red Bull hangover, Dylan?
Nope.
I have.
Ooh, a Red Bull hangover is. I remember I was with a buddy of mine in Bangkok about 15 years ago, and we had both had Red Bull hangovers.
Mine
And
was. Go ahead.
he asked me to take him to the hospital. He said he was having heart palpitations. We were waiting outside of the steakhouse because I felt like if I ate, I would feel better. And he couldn't even go inside. He told me to take him to the hospital. It's quite funny looking back on it.
Right. My Red Bull hangover was more because it was Red Bull mixed with Jägermeister. That's where mine came from. It was bad.
I mean, if you drink like 30 of those throughout the course, like if you stay up till 6 a.m. drinking mixed drinks with Red Bull, you're consuming an awful lot of really
It was a
nasty
lot.
chemicals, and it's dangerous.
I felt like I got run over by a train the next day, Jesse. It was bad on both ends. It's called a bouncing Betty or something weird like that, I think. Go ahead, Dylan.
Yeah, I never drank that much. It's like a can every once in a while.
Well, if you think about that's a difference, right? I get it. This was like Jesse said, we were drinking all night, mixing it with Red Bull. So they were probably going, I probably went through almost a 12-pack of cans that night because of the drinks I was having. So it was bad. Very, very bad. I loved Jaeger at one point to the point where I had my own machine. And it was so bad. I was the Jaeger king, buddy. Thank God I don't drink anymore.
Yeah, and I never got into drinking. My only fascination was nicotine.
I had that problem too, but the drinking, I loved drinking. I did. I don't miss it though. That's a funny thing. Like a lot of people will have trouble when they walk away from it. I just detest it so much now that if I smell it, it makes me sick. My wife drinks occasionally still. She drinks wine. She drinks rum, stuff like that. And if I smell it, I'm ready to puke immediately. I can't stand it. I don't like it. Irish car bomb. Oh my God, I haven't heard of those in a minute, bro. You got lost walking around your own neighborhoods? That can happen. Been there. I got lost inside my own house, senor. Figure that out. Yeah, it's bad. I'm grateful I did. That's what it is, too, is all the sugar and stuff. I agree with that one. That'd throw you into a fucking diabetic shock as well. Those Red Bulls are just, I don't know how you guys can drink those at all.
I actually genuinely like the taste of Red Bull and Monster. So like, if I didn't like root beer, Pepsi, and Dr. Pepper so much, I would probably drink those a lot more often.
I love root beer, but it's got to be A&W Zero.
Yeah. Mine is just the normal A&W.
And I used to be addicted to Pepsi, regular, and I stopped drinking that and went to nothing with sugar in it. So I don't drink anything with sugar in it at all. I'll drink Pepsi Zero from time to time. And I like the A&W Zero, but I don't drink anything with sugar in it anymore at all. Even my tea, I drink unsweetened tea. My coffee, I use the foo-foo creamers, but they're all sugar-free. So, and I know they're probably not good for me either, but nothing with real sugar in it. I even tried one time. It was weird to drink a regular can of Pepsi one night just because I was dying of thirst, and I spit it out. It was so gross. After going to the sugar-free versions of shit, it's bad.
Yeah, I've tried the Pepsi Zero. I've tried the Coke Zero. It just tastes like water-induced Coke and Pepsi.
I can't handle the regular stuff, guys. It's just so bad. Root beer, I love. Root beer, I can't. And that's the best thing about A&W Zero is it tastes like the real shit. So I even used to like the sugary type wine when I would drink wine, like Lambrusco's or what's the other one, Jesse? It's the white version of the sweeter wine, the Moscatos and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I liked those too. They were pretty good. Hell, I used to get back in the day when I was young. We used to go ghetto and get those big jugs with the finger loop on it. I can't remember who makes it, but it was a gallon of it, and we just that's a hell of a headache to wake up with. Is a wine headache.
Yeah, really cheap wine, like really, really cheap wine. Like when it's
Yeah.
not even made from grapes, like when they make it from like mixed fruit or
Yes.
something. That's my standard. I'm not a real wine connoisseur, but as long as they actually make it from grapes, it's okay, like a
Yeah.
Cabernet or a Merlot. But if it's like fruit wine or mixed berry wine or something, that stuff's nasty.
Oh, that was way back in the day, like Boone's Farm or Wild Irish Rose or oh God. Just thinking about
Yeah,
that.
Carlo Rossi is the cheap crap.
That was the big jug that I would the Carlo Rossi. I remember those.
Skilla is 1000% correct. The best is the Coca-Cola out of a glass bottle.
Oh yeah. Without a doubt. That is a fact. It always was.
And I will say the one thing that I like more than anything, but only out of a bottle, is Code Red Mountain Dew.
I never liked that. I was addicted to a regular Mountain Dew for years. I would drink 2 liters a day, but that Code Red stuff or the orange or the black or whatever the hell, I could never do it. I just never was a fan.
I like the Code Red outside. I tried the I forgot what they called it. It's like mixed with cream soda. It's like, I think they call it Dirty Dew or something like that.
Oh, okay. I've never
Yeah,
had it, but I've heard of it.
And it wasn't that good. But one thing I do really wish Coke brings back is the orange vanilla Coke. That
You
was
like that?
phenomenal. Oh, I loved it.
No.
I
Our Burger King here has that.
All right, I'll see you in person tomorrow, Dago. We're going to BK.
You guys may or may not be surprised about the fact that I've never in my life drank Coke or Pepsi, and I've never in my life eaten McDonald's hamburgers. Like the last McDonald's hamburger that I would have eaten would have been force-fed to me at the age of 9 years old by some rogue parent that was committing child abuse, in my opinion. And Coca-Cola, maybe if it's mixed with rum or something, but as far as actually drinking a can of Coke, I don't think I've ever done it.
Bruh.
Really? And it's not
Yeah,
because they didn't have it in Canada. I know they had it in Canada, so.
No, my parents were hippies. We always ate health food and stuff, and
Got you.
yeah, ate good food.
Makes good sense. Well, I would imagine because like my parents didn't want to feed me McDonald's hamburgers and stuff because they knew it was. My dad used to tease me. He hated it. My mother does still. They still do, but my father was like, "You want McDonald's, huh? You want McDonald's?" Because kids every Friday, parents would take them to get them a treat or whatever on payday. "Oh, we want McDonald's." My sister and I were like, "All right, fine. You want them rat burgers? They're made out of rats, rat meat, blah blah blah." I'm like, "I don't care. I want it." I believed him. And at this point, honestly, I've watched some of these documentaries. It's probably not too far off, to be honest with you. So. Yeah, those hippies did sing a song about Coke. I remember that. Noel's right.
I wasn't the McDonald's kid. I was the one that I want either Burger King or Wendy's.
No, we were McDonald's. I like Wendy's is the shit. I
Do
love
you guys
Wendy's.
have Dairy Queens?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. My kids work there.
Back in the day, Dairy Queen used to make pretty good burgers. I think they were.
Do.
I think that was the only fast food place where they make the burgers after you order them instead of handing you a pre-made burger.
Yes, Wendy's does it too, I think. But our Dairy Queen here, we just opened up one of the bigger ones here. We had a small one, and they opened up. I think it's called a Brazier 2 summers ago, and they came out with some kind of a barbecue something ranch burger, and it is Jesse. It's the fucking bomb. It's really good. I was shocked, and it was fresh.
I did eat Dairy Queen burgers when I was a teenager, but I think since I turned 20, I was actually a vegan when in my early 20s for like 2 years.
Really?
Yeah, I've always been really interested in health and athletics and weightlifting and stuff. So I've done all the crazy diets.
My
I used
buddy
to be into some of that.
My buddy was a vegan for about 12 hours.
I tried vegan for about 3 hours, to be honest with you, and realized I love meat too much to do this. I can't do it. I have friends that are, though.
One thing I have considered was the lion diet.
The what? The lion diet?
Yeah.
Is that the
Carnivore?
one where you're telling people that you're eating certain things and you're lying to them because you're actually eating other stuff?
No, that's the seafood diet.
Oh, okay. Got you.
No, that's pretty much just red meat. Just solely
Like,
red meat.
what the hell is that called? It's kind of a version of the
Carnivore.
yeah, it's carnivore.
Carnivore diet.
Keto. There's another
Kind-
one we called it for a while too.
Paleo.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of like that. The only reason why I've considered it is because I've actually seen it work with somebody.
Oh yeah, it does. It worked for me.
It's great to lose weight if you want to just, especially if you have money. Like if you can afford to just go buy big slabs of prime rib and ribeye steaks, and if you can eat just ribeyes for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. I mean, if you're like me and you actually like ribeyes, it
Yeah.
doesn't feel like you're losing
Doing
anything,
anything
right?
different, right? I did the one. I used to be into nothing but that. It wasn't keto. We called it something else before keto. My wife lost a bunch of weight off the keto diet. Right after she had our youngest child, it was hard for her to lose the weight, so she went on a keto diet and lost over 100 pounds. What the hell was that other diet called? It was like bacon and eggs and
Oh, the one where the guy who founded it had a heart attack.
yes, basically.
That was geez, it's on the tip of my tongue. Come on, guys. It's the most famous diet ever in history, I think. It's
It is, and I can't think of the name. I did that too.
a lot of wraps and stuff.
Yes, Atkins. That's
no,
it. The
Atkins,
Atkins
yeah, that-
diet. Yep. Yeah, and he ended up dying of a heart attack because of all the damn cholesterol that he was taking intake with Atkins. Yeah.
I don't
Crazy
know.
shit.
Though. I mean, scientifically, one dude dies of a heart attack. I don't know if we can actually condemn the diet.
It works for other people, though. It does. I mean, once you get to a certain point, the cholesterol changes up somehow, I believe. So the best one I've seen, though, is the keto, if you can handle that, because it's, that's partially why I don't do sugar anymore. I kind of do like a really dirty version of keto, because I eat everything with the keto diets. My wife cooks that way a lot, but from time to time, I do have sweets. So. Because I just can't. I can't walk away from that shit. And I do like carbs too. So I do my own version of it, I guess you could say. And I don't eat very often either. That's the big difference. So yes, this went from true crime to diet and exercise, folks. Welcome in. We were done talking about the point. What we were getting in, the points that I was live for today anyway. So we're just kind of BSing. Yeah, I've seen Tomboy went through all sorts of stuff like that. She's completely different looking person.
Come back tomorrow.
So since we're talking about diet and exercise, and can I feel free to like derail? I didn't want to bring too much up, but derail the conversation because that's just not
You're
fair to
good.
anybody.
Talk whatever you want to, buddy.
I made reference to it earlier about
we're all friends here.
I don't know, Dylan, did you see the video that Candace dropped yesterday?
No, I completely ignored her.
It is an open discussion, by the way. If you look at
So
the
I
title,
was on the show. I drank 3 bottles of wine. I'd already polished off the last bit of the third bottle, so I was well feeling it. And I'm sitting there on my sofa. It's the sun's coming out. It's like 6 o'clock in the morning. Kids are waking up. Candace comes on, and she plays this video. And I don't know. Do you follow the Charlie Kirk case at all, Dylan?
I have kind of kept 1,000-yard view of it. I haven't really looked too deep
because
into
what
it.
happened last week at the end of the preliminary hearing is after the Friday the preliminary hearing ended, and then all these influencers that are connected to TPUSA started coming out on Twitter and social media and doing YouTube shows. One Jack Posobiec was on Megyn Kelly. And they all said, we have 4D conclusive proof that Tyler Robinson did it. We saw they showed the video in court. This trial is over. And I mean, everybody right away said, you guys are fucking lying, because other people in court saw the same video and said that's not what the video showed. Well, Candace got a hold of the video, and again, a lot of people in the chat are, I don't like Candace. All that's unimportant. That's not important. Forget about remove her from the equation if you don't like her, but watch the video because it's something else. It's something else that Megyn Kelly and all these people are telling you what you're seeing. You tell me. You watch the video.
The roof. This one here, just this one.
No, the roof one was the one that's all blurry and stuff.
Yeah, it's this here. I'll play it real quick.
Okay.
Like I said, it is an open discussion, you guys, so we can talk about whatever. Yeah. Well, there's Tyler right there. This, for those of you that aren't familiar with the Charlie Kirk situation, we have covered it.
Is that Tyler? Because I mean, that could be one for all I know.
That is who they're claiming to be Tyler. My apologies. There we go.
And do you see the rifle in his pants?
Yeah, no. They're trying to say that that's what this is. Come on, look at his leg, folks. There's no way. No way.
Let me ask you, if you were going to stick a rifle in your pants, are those the pants you're going to wear?
Probably not. Not.
I mean, they do make sweatpants, right? They make ski pants.
They would be way bigger and baggier.
I mean, if you're trying to impress a girl, I mean,
do we need to keep going with that one?
Holy shit.
Dylan, age 30, but
that's a phone. That is a phone. 12. Look where it stops and starts. That's a phone right there. But anyway, I'm going to play this for you guys so you can see this.
I stay young, but I keep staying reading.
I mean, I can't believe there's people that exist on the planet that haven't seen it already. I mean, this is the #1 story in the world. In fact, I'm actually concerned that this happening at the same time as Brian's trial is it's a distraction.
Yes, I agree with you. It will. There's no way. There's no way that not a 30-06 either. Sorry, but I'm gonna play this.
Wait till you see. Wait till you see.
Normally, I would be calling for the volume, but it's Candace, so I'm fine with this. Like my biggest problem is, here we go.
Here you go. So keep in mind, the rifle is in his jeans right now. Did you see that? Did you see him running? The rifle is still in his jeans. It's amazing how he gets into a full sprint. Oh. Wow, that's pretty amazing to do that. By the way, he added quite a few accessories to his wardrobe there, like from the stairwell to the roof. He seems to have a completely different wardrobe. You know what I mean? Now watch this. Watch this. You see that? Does that look like a 22-year-old with a tranny girlfriend or trans girlfriend that plays video games? Because it looks like a trained assassin to me. You see that? And keep in mind, Jack Posobiec and all these, Megyn Kelly, they had live shows discussing this very video as conclusive 4-definition video showing Tyler Robinson pulling the trigger. That's what they said, word for word.
Well, I mean, I've never really listened to Jack Posobiec. He kind of seems like an oddball to me, but I mean, Megyn Kelly has proven that she is completely worthless.
She has her moments, but she's certainly compromised. There's no question about that.
What's that, bud? What'd you say?
Dylan was saying that Megyn Kelly is worthless, and I said she's compromised.
I do agree. At some point, something changed big time. So yeah.
But I mean, It's not just Jack Prozovic and Megyn Kelly. There's like a dozen paid influencers that are all big names. Tim Pool's one of them. And they're claiming that this is high definition video footage of Tyler Robinson committing.
So looks like it was filmed on a fucking potato phone.
Well, not only that, did you see the military move there, Dago? The lateral crawl that looks like a trained assassin.
Right.
It doesn't
Tyler
look
Robinson.
like
Tyler
doesn't
Robinson
look like a
has
20-year-old
no
kid that
background.
spends his days playing video games with a dude named Luna or whatever.
Right. Not even close, sir. What's up, Candy Girl? Good to see you.
Yeah, so I watched this last night after 3 bottles of wine. I was quite perplexed by it at that moment.
I'm sorry, I missed what you said.
Just that last night after I got off the show and I was quite intoxicated, this comes on live and I'm watching it and it blew my mind, even though my mind was only half there at that point.
Oh, I got you. Tomboy, what is going on with you? Hold on.
I'm in crappy service area.
Okay, I got you. You're good now.
Senior Wazowski says you can learn that move from Call of Duty. Well, I mean, I guess you could try to go from a full sprint to a lateral crawl if you've never done it before. I mean, I don't think I could do it anyways.
There isn't a lateral crawl in Call of Duty. It's just prone or crouch or, the normal standing up.
Well, I mean, it's one thing to see it and one thing to actually execute it, though. In my opinion, that video showed it being executed in a way that was done more than once before, let's say.
Yeah, I think on the True Crime channel, the only thing that I did with Charlie Kirk is just explaining that because I saw a bunch of people talking about the bullet and it not matching.
I appreciate the sarcasm, Senor. Sorry, Dylan.
That everybody was saying, "Oh, the bullet doesn't match the gun." No, it was inconclusive because it was completely shattered.
It would. No. Here, let me. I did cover this. And this, me and Eddie did a show about this. Eddie pulled out the gun and everything. We broke it down, looked at it, all that. Okay, but the bullet that hit Charlie was not a 30-06 round, and I'm gonna tell you that from being a gun owner that has shot guns for years. I once owned a 30-06. I've used the ammunition. There's no way in fucking hell that the round that hit him in the neck was a 30-06 round. I will fight that to the death.
You did that on this show? On this channel?
Yes, long time back.
Where was I? I can't believe I missed that.
It was in that period of time you weren't around. When it first came out, me and Eddie were on here talking about it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I had a big problem with that round because it should have disintegrated this whole part of his face if it was a real 30-06 round. And here's the other point, folks. I want to make another point. They claimed that it was lodged in his spine. A true 30-06 round would have disintegrated his spine. It would have shattered it completely and kept on going. Okay. And I don't care what the distance I was argued with by people because no, Dago, it was the distance that shut up. No, it wasn't.
Well, and people are bringing up MLK as an example of somebody who was shot with a 30-06 and there wasn't an exit wound. But MLK is another conspiracy. You're using one conspiracy theory
to back up another
conspiracy theory. I mean, that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, Eddie made like a really good point because he showed how it would take to break the gun down, how quick it really couldn't be, all of that shit. Now here's the other point. Why would you take the gun apart, jump down off the building, go into the woods and put it back together? Anybody? Just so they could find it. Come on.
So, Jesse, what's your theory? If it wasn't Tyler, who?
We got to be quite careful about that. But
I know.
let's put it this way. Que bono, who benefits? Does a guy with a furry boyfriend benefit because Charlie won't be spewing hate? Charlie wasn't actually spewing hate, by the way. Is there any other entities in this world that were more threatened by Charlie Kirk than guys with trans boyfriend, girlfriends, or whatever you want to call it? Yeah, there is, and I would probably look in that direction. People with big money, big power, that were threatened by Charlie Kirk. Look in that direction.
Also, a lot of people pointed out Erica as well, and the issues with her. I'll just say that are kind of hard to look away from. But that's all I'll say about that.
Maybe it was a Lego gun. I don't know.
Anyways, that video that we just saw. I mean,
look, yeah, Doug Wilson.
Sorry.
Doug. Hey, Lucy. Good to see you, Lulu. Doug Wilson with the Christchurch that we've all known about from Moscow and all that did interviews with Charlie Kirk right before he passed, which is interesting.
Well, I believe Doug Wilson is Pete Hegseth's spiritual advisor. So
I believe you're correct.
Very tight with Doug Wilson. And I've been trying to get everybody on board with the fact that you shouldn't be approaching either of these two cases without approaching them together, because I think the deeper you dig, the more you will find, the corruption at the higher levels, the FBI. Like, for example, Nick Balance. I'm sure Nick Balance has his hands on the Charlie Kirk case. And this is basically the same FBI doing the same shit. And if they can lie in this case, they can lie in Brian's case. If they can lie in Brian's case, they can lie in this case. And Utah and Idaho, very close. It's the same shit.
Well, right? Utah didn't they just do something big over in Utah, Jesse? We talked about it yesterday a little bit, I think. Shit.
The medical examiner resigned.
That's it. Yeah. There you go. So
did he say Lucy's name 3 times?
No, she just appeared, which I'm excited. I'm happy to see her.
Oh yeah, we're all happy to see Lucy.
We have missed her.
I mean, I know one person that's benefited greatly from Charlie's death, and she's on the screen.
Candace.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm just gonna back up. I don't mind if you don't like Candace, and I'm not here to defend Candace, and I'm not saying that I'm a worshiper of Candace, but I just want to point out that the theory that she's profiting from Charlie's death, Candace could talk about anything and people want to listen to her. Before Charlie died, she was talking about the French president's husband's penis. And I mean, that was blowing up the internet. She could talk. In fact, if you guys remember 2 years ago, I said, we need somebody with a reach and power to cover this case.
Yes.
And Candace Owens talked about covering the Idaho 4. And that is why I would urge the community to get on board with trying to approach these two cases as somewhat parallel, because if we could get Candace to talk about Idaho 4, man, that would be a lot of resources and a lot of power.
Well,
but Candace doesn't need the death of Charlie Kirk to put her where she's at. She's where she's at because she belongs where she's at. Whether you like her or not, I'm not here to advocate for her opinions. I don't agree with all her opinions. I'm not religious. She's very strongly Catholic. But to debate that she has talent and that she commands an audience, I don't think there's any debate to be had. Candace is she's the number one podcast in the world, and she would still be the number one podcast in the world if she was covering Idaho 4 instead of Charlie Kirk.
Well, she approached Idaho and then stepped back and was completely ran away from it in a way. And I was like, what the hell? So I'm not a big super fan of hers either, but I just like the way she demands attention, I guess you could say, the way you put it. And that would bring the attention if she, just like she did with I was hoping she was going to do when Courtney Cobain approached her when I covered the Kurt Cobain case. We found out that Courtney went to her, and I'm like, oh boy. Because go ahead, open that can of worms.
She's referenced Courtney several times during this investigation of the Charlie Kirk case. She said it was about the Mormon Mafia, and how it was first Courtney Love that brought it to her attention about the Mormon Mafia. And when Courtney Love mentioned it, Candace had no idea what she was talking about, but she sort of reminisced and said, looking back, I mean, she was obviously onto something. But yeah, Candace, I mean, you got to admit, she's got balls, man. She's got a big set of brass balls. She's not afraid of anybody or anything.
Candace has thrown everything at this case.
Greg, you don't need to apologize to me. The only reason why I pulled this up is because of this video. I'm not, I don't care about what she's saying. The video itself is interesting to me.
My problem with Candace is she has thrown absolutely everything at this case. It was Erica Kirk. It was Israel. It was this. It was that. With no real evidence to point towards anything other than I have a guy on the inside. Trust me, bro.
I got to disagree there because so let's take it one point at a time, and I'll start with your criticism of Israel, or your criticism of her implicating Israel. I mean, before Charlie was killed, what was Charlie doing? The most notable thing Charlie was doing was speaking about Israel, right? That's what he was doing.
It was all interlinked. I agree.
And he was publicly threatened. He was on the Megyn Kelly show saying that he was being publicly threatened, right? For his stance on that issue. And I mean, if you're going to talk about issues that will get you killed, foreign policy and meddling in wars with Iran, that's a pretty big issue that is highly likely to get you killed. So I mean, and did she provide evidence? She did. She provided text chains between Charlie and people that were threatening Charlie. Now, they didn't threaten to kill him per se, not word for word, but
I think
they implied that there would be hell to pay for taking the position he's taking.
Which would be losing donors. That would be the threat. That's
fine, Dylan. But the way you worded it was that she's throwing shit at the wall, hoping it sticks. But that's not with the first point being the Israel point. That's not throwing shit at the wall, hoping there's a there there. There's definitely a there there. I'm not saying that that's what happened, but I'm saying there's definitely something there. There was an ongoing dispute between Charlie and the power base that supports Israel. There's no question.
Well, that was brought to the table early on with this. So,
and there's enough evidence to say that they would be in that pool of. There is a motive. There is a motive there. There's enough evidence to suggest motive.
Well, they said that this video here, if we watch down here by her name, once we play it, I guess that there's people on this up here along with him in this video. So I'm curious to see that. I've never seen this version of it, I guess.
Told me, maybe it's because I had this guy and told me about a full AR. I don't know. It's not definitive. That's me narrating. I'm happy for people to disagree and debate what is seen. But let's just watch that portion here. There we go. Something forward. And we can watch that again. Something forward. Again. But more importantly than what we see here is what we're not going to see here. So remember, this is supposed to be a German 910.
I mean, we see here a blob on the roof.
By the way, if you are listening to this in audio, this is one of these episodes that you actually do have to go watch. So you will have to pivot over to YouTube, to Spotify, somewhere that provides the video, because this is not something that we could just produce on an audio podcast here, unfortunately.
Keep in mind, Megyn Kelly dedicated an entire episode to suggesting that this is conclusive proof Tyler Robinson did it. This video.
Fed timestamps, but see here, I have 10 more seconds here Okay, he is up. Anybody? Anybody see a recoil? Those fed timestamps, but see here. I have 10 more seconds here. Okay, he is up.
There's not
Timestamps,
even a
but
nest there.
see here. I have 10 more seconds here. Okay, obviously zoom in and push it.
I will say, for what that power that gun has, I don't see any kind of a recourse. But I mean, I agree with that.
Yeah, that's not footage of the killing. Of
I don't
him.
see anybody else up there with him.
No,
I don't
Isn't
even.
it?
I don't even see a shot being fired, or
No.
there's no
nothing
evidence
there.
that anybody even shot anything. That's a blob on the roof doing a lot. What I see is evidence of a trained military operator maneuvering on the in position to take a shot on the roof, but no proof that a shot was actually fired.
Right. Thank you, Ashley.
Out those fed timestamps, but
So where was this? Where and how was this filmed from?
I don't know if we know how Candace got her hands on it, but it's since been I believe the people at TPUSA are now trying to get Candace in trouble for showing it, because this is the video that was shown in court that led everybody to, not everybody, but led all these influencers to come out and say we've seen conclusive proof that Tyler Robinson did it. So it's been authenticated to the point where it was shown in court. Let's put it that way.
I just want to know who filmed it and how. Is this coming from a drone?
I think it might be coming from somebody's cell phone.
That's
I thought
filming
it
him.
was the
Go ahead.
camera on the roof or something.
Yeah, maybe a zoomed in version of the security camera.
Oh, it's definitely got to be zoomed in because of the blurriness of it. But it's just, I've never seen this one before.
Lucy Morningstar knows it's a Plan B.
10 more seconds here.
That's the most popular
he's
theory at
up.
the moment.
So when did he take the gun apart?
Anybody see a recoil? I didn't see one, but
Isn't
let's
Plan B the after
that
sex
all
pill?
Do what?
I think what Lucy means by Plan B is there's a theory that Charlie wasn't actually taken out with a firearm, that he was actually taken out with one of those pager devices.
I've heard
And
that.
I know some people think that's a wild conspiracy theory. Well, what was it, a dozen years ago now that actually took out like 100 people in Lebanon?
There's a couple there's an implant theory too, that there was an implant put in him that imploded at a specific time and all that stuff. Yeah.
But
I've heard a lot of these.
The Plan B theory is, in case that fails, you've got a guy to finish the job. Got a guy in place to finish the job.
I don't know how I feel about all this. I haven't covered this. I mean, I did it in the beginning. We covered it all, the basics of it, and then once everything. And I have questions, as I do, but maybe not to the level that some people do.
No offense, but when he's getting up, it doesn't even look like he's got a rifle in his hand.
That's what I was getting ready to say. When he stands up, watch this.
And if he does, it's not a 100-year-old Mauser 30-06.
If it is something that's tiny.
They're saying it's a folding AR.
There you go.
Fold
That's
AR.
folding again.
Folds up.
Let's see what he did right there. That does look like he unfolded it.
And you just let me know if at any point you see that before he gets up and breaks into a sprint. Take a look.
Thank you, Lenny.
There you go. That's that unfolding again to a sprint.
Hold on a minute. Watch this. See that?
There you go. That's that unfolding again.
Now that Mauser doesn't do that, okay, at all.
And by the way, if you are listening to this in audio, this is one of these episodes that you actually do have to go watch. So you will have to pivot over to YouTube, to Spotify, somewhere that provides the video, because this is not something that we could just produce on an audio podcast here, unfortunately. But this is going to run. We did have to obviously zoom in and push out those
All right, Dylan.
fed timestamps, but see here, I have 10 more seconds here. Okay, he is up.
No,
Anybody?
it doesn't look like he's carrying anything. I get it.
Anybody see a recoil? Timestamps, but see here, I have 10 more seconds here. Okay, he is up.
It's just so hard to tell.
Anybody?
But for me, the biggest takeaway that I have is this was represented in a certain way by a lot of very famous people with a lot of power and a lot of reach.
It's down.
And when you see it for yourself and compare it to how they described it, you know, so when Cy Ray is telling us put this in the lens of what Cy Ray told you about all the evidence, right? And then compare the way, say, Jack Posobiec and Cy Ray call those guys similar, right? And listen to what Jack Posobiec says about this video and what you actually see with your own eyes, and then think about what Cy Ray says and what is the real story? Is it similar at all? I mean, is he just twisting and manipulating and lying? Because here, to me, this is very concrete evidence of how people twist and manipulate and lie.
Oh, definitely.
Anybody who said that that's conclusive proof of Tyler Robinson taking a shot is just not being honest with you.
There's nothing conclusive about it. I agree with that. Absolutely. Interesting. Yeah, I didn't get to watch this thing. I'm just kind of scanning through to see what we got here. That is definitely an interesting video, though. It's very hard to tell exactly what it is. That being said, you can't be conclusive on anything, in my opinion.
So Eddie's asking about the exact location of the screwdriver with the DNA he used to break down the Mauser. So I believe this is the story with the screwdriver as I understand it. Originally, there was no mention of the screwdriver. They found the Mauser in the woods. And when they said the woods, they kind of misrepresented. There might have been like 2 trees beside a house, and they called that the woods, which wasn't really the woods. And it was assumed that they might have found the screwdriver at the house next to the Mauser. But apparently, when they got on the roof, they didn't have enough evidence. And later on, it was claimed that they found the screwdriver on the roof. Now, when questioned on the stand, the officer who found the screwdriver on the roof was asked, "Do you have a body cam?" And he says, "Yeah, but as soon as I got on the roof, the battery died." That's what he claims. So there's no actual body cam showing him retrieving the screwdriver on the roof. And why would you leave the screwdriver on the roof? And I mean, you can see that video. There, at no point is anybody using a screwdriver to disassemble or reassemble a Mauser. So the fact that they're running with a story of a screwdriver on the roof, I mean, you guys saw it with your own eyes. Was there any screwdriver action going on there?
There wasn't enough time. That's the biggest problem I always had with it. I don't know. Pedro, maybe the screwdriver is labeled as debris on the log. Hey, it's a good call. Good call, Pedro. Good call.
Well, I love that comment because there's other people saying the 2 cases aren't similar at all. And I think he's getting it. He's getting what I'm throwing down here.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of similarities in a lot of these cases. I don't know. I don't know with this. I do have issue with the camera footage they showed of him. They showed two different people. That bugged me. We talked about that when I covered it. But you know, I follow everything to the end of it. I'll see what happens within this trial and so on and so forth and what evidence they show. I don't know that I have issues with the gun. I'll say that. Beyond that, though, I don't have many issues with the rest of the story. I do not like the way they took him out of there, and I have big issues with the ammunition they claim to be used on him, knowing only because my own personal experience what a 30-06 round will do to a human body. It bugs me. That he just had that little hole, and it's like, wait a minute, that looks more like a 22 round to me. There's where my issue lies. I think, if anything, that he was shot with a smaller caliber gun, or at least a smaller caliber bullet. Okay, and I just struggle with that. That's all. The physicality of it is what bugs me. I'm not saying Tyler Robinson isn't the one that did it. I'm just saying, like, the ammunition doesn't match the wound. Period. So that's where my biggest problem with it is.
Well, keep in mind the official story is Tyler Robinson just up and decided to do this because Charlie Kirk was spewing hate, and he's got a furry boyfriend and Charlie Kirk has disrespected them by speaking against, gay relationships or whatever, which I know Charlie Kirk had opinions about that, but I don't see Charlie Kirk as the face of, I see him speaking about geopolitics more than gay relationship. And I don't really think that you can show me a clip of Charlie Kirk being hateful towards gay people. I think you'd struggle to find that. And as far as a motive goes, that doesn't sound like a very good motive to me when you compare all the other people who might be pissed off at Charlie Kirk with all the other Charlie Kirk was he had control of a lot of money and power, global geopolitical power, money, and you're telling me that some 20-year-old kid killed him because he didn't like the way he talked about his boyfriend? That just doesn't make a lot of sense to me. And very similar to Brian Koberger. You're telling me Brian Koberger just up and decided to go into a house one night and knife up a bunch of people with no fucking motive? I mean, there's no motive that explains either of these two cases.
Right. Welcome back, Tomboy. I can agree. I didn't even really, I knew who Charlie Kirk was before this happened. And when I looked into who he was, I didn't agree with everything, a lot of what he said, but nobody deserves to die by the hand of anybody other than God, in my opinion. Okay. So that's just how I look at it. You cannot kill somebody because of their beliefs. So that's my only issue with any of that. Like, just because he may have, and he did make some statements about certain situations that I do disagree with, but I would never want to take his life because of that. That's the one thing I don't understand with how somebody is that upset about that to do that. That's what has always bothered me about it. So I'll just put it that way. But that's about it as far as that goes. And you never know, folks. We may find out that it was him, but it wasn't him. I don't know. There's so much stuff being thrown out these days. And again, I will say one thing. Not everything. I want to clarify something. Not everything, and I'm not saying that we're saying that or anybody is saying that, but not everything's nefarious. There are things that are true to form, to what they are. Again, I'm not saying that's what this is, but there are some things out there. I don't want everybody to think that everybody's innocent of the crimes that they're claiming that they commit. That's not true. There are some things like
Chris Watts is guilty as fuck.
Yes, that's a very huge truth. Luigi Mangione. I believe we saw him kill that guy, but we don't know. Like, they could have switched up people all through that whole thing. That thing's a mess too. But the Karen Reed thing, I think Karen was innocent the whole time, only because of the facts they showed us. That didn't exist. If anything in that case, with Karen's case, the whole thing, the Sally Port video completely flipped me upside down on that case. To see that happening is all I needed to see, and I was done. Not to mention the other bullshit. There's no
How
way
did
that
he have a fantasy? I'm reading this, Chad. I need to stop.
What
The
happened?
Karen Reed trial, I think, was very illuminating, though, in the way that the truth takes a back seat to theater, because the Karen Reed trial was just pure theater.
It was a lot. It was a lot of theater. I agree with you on that one.
And I mean, Karen Reed was just blessed that she could afford Alan Jackson and that, you know, Bob Alessi and the rest of the team. She had a dream team of attorneys, and she only barely won. I mean, it wasn't like a blowout. It was a very, I mean, it took 2 trials.
You can't get past certain things in that case. Okay. The dog bites. I physically looked at, I know what they are. That's what they are. That's not from a taillight, for fuck's sake. Somebody said that. The other things in the case that are just evident based on my own experience as a first responder, they don't exist that they were trying to present. That told me all I needed to know in that case. There's that one. So I don't know. I don't know. Not all of these cases are nefarious, but a lot of them are. Delphi is definitely a sham. There's no way in God's green earth anybody can believe that Richard Allen did this based on the lack of evidence they have. That's all I'm saying. There are some of these cases that are it is what it is. They did it. It's done. It's over. But there's a lot of them that aren't. So I don't know. Can I ask you all, why do you think people believe strongly in Richard Allen's innocence, but not Brian's? That's a good question, Verity. And I'm going to
go ahead.
Richard Allen, they had less evidence in Richard Allen's situation than they do in this. Okay. Quite a bit less. There are people that believe that Richard Allen's guilty, though. A lot. But they had a bullet that they claimed was his. This is the only evidence they really had. Okay. That they said it was racked into his gun, and then they racked it out of the gun, and they could prove that. But the only way they could prove that when they went to court was to shoot it through the barrel of the gun, which was never done. They don't have any other evidence on Richard Allen. It's a fact. Like I covered that one pretty in depth too. It's just not what it is. It's not what they say it is. Kylie Rodney is another one that's like that. It's evident. It is not what they said it was. That car was not in that water when they said it was. We had drones and helicopters flying over top of that area that you could see down through the water. There was no vehicle there. Then all of a sudden there was. Come on.
Chris, respectfully, unless you're sitting there in that cell with Brian Koberger, you don't know who he is.
I argued with Chris about a week ago, and he told me I'm trying to remember what his theory was.
And he thinks that it's Dylan and Bethany and the fraternities, and that Brian was involved.
Yeah, and I mean, yeah, I don't know. I can't wrap my head around the logic there.
I can't get it either. I can't see two girls killing these 4. I just don't see it. I think they may have guilty knowledge and having that involvement. Maybe not even both of them. One of them mostly, but I can't see them physically doing it. It's just, I don't know why. It doesn't fit for me. But everybody has the right to their opinions, and I fully respect that. I just don't. Yeah, Kelly Rodney's case I'm still pissed about the end of that one. Just like I am Deborah Collier. Did anybody follow that? Because I covered that too. That's absolutely a lie. They said that Deborah Collier dumped gasoline on herself and lit herself on fire to take her own life. And I'm going to tell you statistically, no, she did not. No, she did not. There's no way she did. And then they found her crawling towards a, what was it, Tom? It was like a water source, I think, or something. They found her connected to a tree, like holding onto a tree, trying to get to heading in the direction of a water source. There's no way she lit herself on fire. I'm going to tell you statistically, women, especially that take their own lives, do not cause themselves more pain than they have to do that. Lighting yourself on fire by dumping gasoline on yourself is not something people do. Not in that aspect. Yes, Micro.
The girl that died right after Kylie Rodney was the one in the tent. That's the one that Jason Jensen covered.
The tent.
Right up in Utah.
Aunt Clara is bringing up who's bringing up the Ellen Greenberg, but somebody was bringing
Oh
it up.
my God. Ellen Greenberg, no way in hell she killed herself. I'll give you everything I own on that one.
Yeah, it blows my mind that we don't talk about that more, because that's
we will again, because it's coming up, because they're going to be trying to flip it again, but her parents keep getting shot down. It's dumb.
And the way I understand that is, I mean, you could also sort of add that to the Charlie Kirk adjacent case
right,
as well.
But you tell me how somebody her size took this and stabbed herself here in the base of her spine and her head. How many times was that? 25 times, Tomboy?
Wasn't it a kitchen knife or something?
No, well, there was, but still, how do you do that? You can't do that. And then
you're only going to be able to do it once or twice before you're going to
shut down. Thank you. Your body will not turn around and let you stab yourself in the chest then.
Well, I don't know. Let's ask Willie. Because he said that's how Ethan did it. He did it. He stabbed himself in the head.
There's no way you stab yourself in the back of the head and then end up with a knife in your chest by your own hand. Come on. It's common sense.
Jason Jensen was also the one that swore up and down he was going to get a group of people and go hunt for those knives down Highway 95.
But Jason Jensen's a fucking joke, period.
Not only the story about how she stabbed herself and how that makes no sense, the way it was investigated and the way the crime scene was treated and the power structure surrounding the boyfriend and his connections to local politicians. I believe Josh Shapiro was involved.
Yes.
And Josh Shapiro, at the time this crime happened, was a potential presidential candidate for the 2024 or the 2020 election. How many years ago was it? When did this crime happen again?
I'm trying to remember because I have so much on the brain. Ellen, hold on.
Anyways, Josh Shapiro was the sort of a local guy involved in this, and he was being groomed to run for the Democratic Party in the upcoming federal election as a VP candidate. Sorry, I think it was a VP for Kamala Harris instead of the guy from Minnesota.
Actually, Jensen did put that whole group together, and they said they went looking for the weapon, but
I told you.
Jensen's an idiot.
Him and Gray Pubes are going to get together and go, look, that's what my thought was.
Yeah.
And Gray Pubes has his hands all over this Charlie Kirk case as well.
Oh, that's not surprising at all. Yeah, Ellen Greenberg was stabbed. I can't remember that. It's not giving me the date. 20 times. 10 of them were in the back. She had stab wounds on her legs, her arms, her head, her neck, and then in her chest and her heart. That her fiance, as he was on 911, didn't even see. But she was laying on the ground with a knife sticking out of her chest, and he didn't see it until the end when he went, "Oh, wait, let me do it his way." Oh no, there's a knife stuck in her. She must have fell on a knife.
What did she do? Put it on the cupboard and continuously run into it?
That's right, but that's how he said it. Oh no, there's a knife. He must have fallen on a knife. And they believed him. I
think it's a lot less about believing him and a lot more about being connected to his social and religious circles and defending him.
Yeah, he's somebody of importance. I can't think of his last name right now other than garbage, but you guys, we live in a world that makes no sense at all.
Live in Texas. It's even worse.
Yeah, I feel so bad for Ellen's family. And I will be covering her again soon. They just her parents, every time I see them on TV, I want to cry for them. There's no way that woman took her own life. She had everything to live for in the world.
And then everything, like all the like the Emmy and all that, they're all still saying, "Oh, it was suicide."
Right. And yes, Blue Eyed, he did get we did see that he was
attorney.
Yeah, he was granted an attorney. We just have to wait for them to approve the retraction and all that other stuff now. Fingers crossed. I do believe, I don't know, Jesse, did you put your I think you did say that you agreed that Hitler's not going to let this get out of his court system and he'll hold on to this just so he can have control, or did you have the opposite opinion?
No,
I know Eddie.
I don't have a strong opinion either way. I think that's a good call, that Hitler would want to control it and sort of take it in his own jurisdiction so he can manipulate the result. But there's also the thought that if he does that, he puts himself in more. I think if he punts it to another court, he sort of absolves himself from having to do that.
Yeah, but hold that thought though. If he allows it, if he denies it, they're going to appeal it right away. We know that, which means it's going to go to federal. Do you think he wants to take the chance of it going to federal court and him being exposed for what he did?
Well, exposed for what though? I mean, do you think at this point? I think a lot of people have made mistakes, but I truly don't feel like Brett Payne, Bill Thompson, Ashley Jennings, or Stephen Hitler will go to jail for anything they've done. I think
I agree, but he doesn't want to put his name in and do it. What I mean, you're right on that one for judicial misconduct or anything.
I think the system is invested in protecting these people, and at the very most, punishing them mildly.
Yeah, but I don't think he would want to allow his name to be tarnished or making bad decisions per se on this case. And if he has full control of it, then he can keep that under wraps, I think, a little bit.
Then he's got to commit more crimes. You know what I mean? But by doing that, in order to do that, he's got to get deeper. He's got to get himself in deeper. I mean, put it this way. If I was his lawyer, I would advise him to punt it, because if you try to manipulate it further, now you're just digging a deeper hole. And what are you going to, and people, nobody was really watching before. And now everybody's watching and you got to dig yourself deeper. I mean, I think he could potentially get himself in a lot more trouble if he tries to do that.
I can understand. It makes sense. It does.
Lucy, I kind of hope we were talking about food earlier.
Yes.
Greg worked with Bill Thompson. Interesting. Has he always been the piece of garbage that he is, Greg? The liar, the scam artist, I believe. Plea deal Bill.
Okay, Chris, then leave. Bye.
No, I want a free man to get out, or I'm sorry, I want an innocent man to. I don't want him to get out. I told you that. I want him to go through trial first, and then once he goes through trial, if he's proven innocent, then yeah, I would. Of course, I want him to get out. But if they prove that he's guilty, of course, no. It's all about the trial. I want the trial. Period.
Why is Chris okay with Dylan and Bethany walking free if he feels that this was all a plot between the three of them? If that's
you guys really want BK to get out, I just can't be on the side of that respectfully. It just doesn't empathize with those viciously. You're missing the whole point, Chris. Okay? Of course, we empathize with those that were taken from us. 100%. That's why we're sitting here, because the problem is we don't believe that Brian Koberger is the one that did that. That's what you don't want to grasp, okay? Brian Koberger's not the one that did that. So in turn, the ones that did it are the ones that need to be holding accountability for it. That's why we believe what we do. It's not that we want him to get out. Okay. I want there to be a trial so that they can prove that he did it, if he did, or not that he did it. Either way. It has nothing to do with him personally. It's the investigation and what they did. We want real justice and absolute truth to be shown on this. I don't give a fuck what Brian does. I don't.
This is about the truth.
Whatever Chris's story is, I think Chris has told me he believes there's multiple perps. Okay.
Right.
If that's what you believe, Chris, you want to put Brian behind bars for the rest of his life or sentence him to death, show us the story about multiple perps and put him in that spot based on the truth. If that's what you, and if you're going to put him based on lies, which is where we stand now, and as I understand it, even Chris would agree with that he's been put where he's at based on lies, because the story we've been given isn't that he had co-conspirators, is that he did it by himself.
Right.
Fantasy.
And that is not the truth. That's the problem. That's not the truth. And if it was the truth, none of us would be sitting here talking about it. If we saw that as truth, it just doesn't make any sense. That's it right there. Everybody that keeps claiming that there is this overwhelming proof that Brian Christopher Koberger was the sole perpetrator that killed 4 people in this house. All of these people are saying this. Not one time have we seen any of that proof. Not once. And every time these people are called to the table on it, they just talk around it and they walk around it. There's nothing ever been exposed on it. You show me the proof and I will shut the fuck up and go away on Brian Koberger. That's a promise. You show me the real proof that he did this, and I promise you I'll never talk about it again. That is a promise, a solemn promise.
Exactly, Hangman.
There isn't any. That's the problem. Do you think I want to talk about this? I am
Go
so
up
fucking.
further. He posted a different one too.
I hate this case. What did you say?
He posted a different one a little further up.
Who did? Hangman?
Yeah.
Hold on. Let me find it. Live, laugh, and toast. That's hilarious. I love your name. Live, laugh, and toaster bats. That's an awesome name. Every fucking body is entitled to a fair trial. Give him that. I could give a fuck less about him. Same here. If he did it, show me the evidence of that and put his ass. Bingo. I've said that since the day that this started. My exact words. Thank you, Hangman. 100%. No, instead, we have people that are coming in here saying Dylan did this and Bethany did that and Brian was involved and they know each other and this one's sleeping with that one and this person did this and that person. But nobody's ever showed any fucking proof of any of that. None of it. I can't show it either because I don't see it and they've never showed it to me. Hey, Beaky. Welcome, Rogue. Now, listening, because I watched another interview this morning from good old fucking, what's his name? The book writer. I lost his, I'm so irritated right now. What is his damn name? Every time I look at the Alan Greenberg case, I get all riled up. The guy, Bloom, that's it, okay? You know what Howard Bloom thinks is going to happen now?
The Bloomin' Idiot?
You know what his call is on this? That Brian is just waiting for the right time, and he's going to come out, and he's going to tell you who his accomplice was. Right. The right time, Howard. When is the right time on that? Wouldn't that have been before? Why would you sit on who your accomplice was if there was 2 of you involved? That makes no sense. And you can have Brian all you want, Lucy.
And I think it's because Brian, everybody's still hung up on that. Was anybody else arrested? That was already debunked. They already came out.
Never was said. Right.
Yeah.
He never said that. Brian Frodo Enton created that comment to bring drama to his name. The only thing stated from Brian that when he got arrested, there were two things actually that have been factually agreed upon. And Brian's attorney in Pennsylvania stated these are facts. He said, I cannot wait to be exonerated. And the other thing that was stated is when he looked at Brett Payne and he said, you look familiar to me.
I think before Howard Bloom offers an opinion, he should probably address the mistakes in his previous hypothesis and explain that before he offers his next opinion.
Well, his interviews, Jesse, now are all on the basis that Brian's a smart person. Brian didn't do this alone. We know that he had an accomplice, and that's coming. That's coming out next. That's the next thing to come. Brian's waiting for that time, and he's going to expose his accomplice. Howard, sit the fuck down and shut up.
People, read some fucking documents. Stop Googling shit.
No, I don't want to keep talking about this case. For those of you that are out there listening, clipping everything, Viviana, the putts. I don't want to continuously talk about this case. I would love to talk about quite a few other things. As you can tell, I can talk about lots of stuff. I don't want to talk about this case. I absolutely fucking hate this case. But I cannot stop talking about this case until they provide some truth. And I won't until they do. That's the problem. Okay? They haven't given us any type of real proof that the person that is sitting in prison right now is the one that committed this crime. In fact, they've given us more recently things that point away from him further. So what are we supposed to take that as? He could have evidence. Well, okay. Why do you, let me ask you a question, Chris. Why do you think they didn't even ask Brian, even bring it to his attention about allocuting for this? Why do you think they didn't even bring that up as part of the plea deal, which is very easy to do? It would be real easy to just they could have built the plea deal based on allocution. It's not mandatory, I know, but they could have done that, and they didn't even remotely think about it. And the reason they give for that was one of the dumbest things they've ever said. And they said, because you wouldn't understand it, and all he would do is lie. But you believed him when he told you he did this.
You think she's correcting Netflix?
You think he's involved? I mean, I get it, but I don't know where, Chris. I thought he was involved for about 5 minutes, and I looked for the places where he could have been involved, and every time I went to one of those directions, it turned out that he wasn't involved in that way. I don't see how or where. I would love to see that. Even the two lead investigators said that there's no connection. As much as they wanted there to be, their words, we can't find one. I don't get it. Brian's going to need evidence that while we have evidence, there is evidence of what they did to Brian. I'm sure he has that evidence somehow. I'm curious to see who his new who his new counsel is going to be. That's going to be interesting.
Fucking brother.
Who? What'd you say?
Is that Jeff's brother?
Jeff's brother. Oh, I'd love to hear the real audio that you guys are talking about and see if I hear what you're hearing, because I don't know. I don't know, guys, but we've been here 4 hours, 10 minutes, sorry. And I do want to jump into my Discord with my peeps and break some stuff down. So thank you guys for joining me.
I don't have a flamethrower, but just come standing out in my front yard down here and you're going to get on fire in about 2 seconds.
Yeah, she lives in hell, 1-1. And I do have...
It's 106 with a real feel of 118.
That's craziness. I do have Crimes After Dark tonight with Lee 11, the man, and Miss Robin. I'm always looking forward to hanging out with 11. So if you guys ain't doing nothing, please hop on over there and listen to me swear and yell some more. And Lee, he likes to do that too. Thank you guys for being here today. Tomboy, I really appreciate you as always. Bringing that information to the table. I'm very grateful for that info with the car. Jesse, it's always a pleasure, brother. You know that. I enjoy having you here and your input on everything.
Good night, Tomboy. Good night, Dago. I'm switching to coffee.
Don't you need to go to bed?
Till he got to pee.
Oh, it's about 3 hours from my bedtime, I think.
What time do you usually go to bed? Because I know you stay up all night.
I stay up until the sun comes up. I sleep for about 4 or 5 hours, and then I nap throughout the day.
Good deal. It sounds like you got a plan and a routine, and it works. It works. That's good. Good stuff. I'm looking forward to seeing you probably tomorrow.
Good night.
I appreciate you, Greg. I get it. I appreciate your feelings on it, Greg, and I appreciate that you're able to do it with respect. And that's one thing I love about the people that are in this community. Greg is from this area, and he thinks he's guilty as fuck, like he just said, but says he loves you too. That's what I'm talking about, folks. That's a real person right there. And I feel the same way. I feel like he's innocent as hell, but I love you the same, Greg. So appreciate you very much, brother. And that's what a community is about, folks, right there. That is what I love about this community. And why we can't do that in other places, I don't get it, but there's proof. So you guys rock and roll. I love each and every one of you so very much, and I'll see you guys very soon. Have a great night. Yeah, we can have one of the mods put the Discord link in the chat if you don't mind, please. I'll see you guys soon. Bye-bye.
All right. Bye, y'all.
Don't forget, folks, you got to love yourselves and love each other. And don't change nothing, because you truly are the beautiful people just the way you are. See you soon.
Respectfully. Bye.
My name is Jeff.
The coffee's cold, the final stain. We laid the map out in the pouring rain. No hidden corners left to creep. The dark truth woke while the city was asleep. The evidence lines up straight and true. A perfect picture of what they chose to do. The quiet street erupts in flashing light. A reckoning delivered in the night. SWAT serves the warrant, loud and clear. The sound of justice, the only thing we hear at the Tru Crime Cafe. We watch the suspect finally pay. The dark truth is backed and signed and sealed. The wound is closed, the name is finally healed. It's finally healed. The cafe's empty, closed for the night. We put the darkness back into the light. We'll wipe the counter, set the empty chair, and wait right here for the next secret laid bare. Until the next one.